Let's see. Eris in the building. What's up, Eris? Welcome in. Side Trance in the building. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome to the stream. How are we feeling today? Giannis in the building. Welcome in, Giannis. Wavy James is in here. Mason Oaks is in the building. What's up, man? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome into the stream. Steven is in the building. Corkin, welcome in. Thank y'all so much for joining the stream today. Appreciate y'all tapping in. We're going to listen to a good handful of music today. GTTG, appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. Books, welcome in. It's been a while. It has been a while, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. Shane Paul in the building. What's up, Shane Paul? Welcome in. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Welcome into the stream. Y'all do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live, send your heart me, repost all this stuff. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. And also, if you're coming in for the first time, I would love to know where you're joining from. I would love to know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. And then, of course, in the next 5, 6, 7 minutes, something like that, we will we'll kickstart officially the live. We'll wait for the other platforms to kind of get started and get things rolling, and then we'll wake everything up and we'll listen to some of y'all's music. Let's see. Let's see. Eris, I got you. Thank you so much for the submission. I got in to my master's for music production, man. 1 of 10 people. I'm so damn proud. You should be, man. Shout out to Mason Oaks in the building. Shout out to Mason Oaks in the building. That's amazing, man. You should be incredibly, incredibly proud of that. You should be incredibly proud of it. Man, I'm proud of you, man. Thank you so much for letting me know as well. That's amazing. Serena, welcome in. Vino, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Once again, if you're coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, talk to me about the kind of music that you make. Cad is in the building. What's up, Cad? Welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Tyrone, welcome in. And do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are liking the live. Share out the live. We'll get rolling with music here in the next 5 minutes or so. Let me just look at this email that just came in really briefly. Eris, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Pretty sure Sweetwater just emailed me back. So let's see. Chase is in the building. Of course you can, man. Just submit to, you can only submit twice in the free line, but submit both of those songs again in the free line. I'll push you forward. Appreciate you so much for tapping back in. Vino, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Gav is in the building. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me just see what Sweetwater sent me. Let me just see what's happening over here real quick as they are responding to this thing. Is it Zena? Welcome in. If you would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. I will explain the whole live stream in like 4 minutes. Everything is at the link in my bio. Of course, you can submit for the consultation side, which is long form, it's deep, it's really, really nuanced, or there is a free line for an up to 2-minute listen. I'll explain the nuances of that here in just a couple minutes. Zena, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you want to submit, it's all at the link in my bio. Just chase as soon as I get yours in. As soon as I get your Shane, I got you. What's up, Shane? What's up? What's up? I got you as well. As soon as I get the 2 again from Chase, I'll get you in line as well. Dun, 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 All right, give me a second to read this email really quick. I got to see what's going on with Sweetwater. Give me 1 moment here. 1 moment here. 1 moment here. Is it EPEC? If you would like to submit, go to the link in my bio. You'll see everything that you need right there. Thank you very much. I just want to apologize because I misread it. Unfortunately, that mistake. Delayed this process and take full responsibility. Let me see. Everything's at the link in my bio. Everyone submits through the same process so we can get everybody organized and everyone in line for the submission process. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate that a lot. And then I can't, my screen is too far over here. I can't see the name, but thank you for the follow. I'm like, wait, hold on. I can't see what's going on here. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, give me 1 second. I want Ixia or I won Tix. Yeah. Either one of those. Terminator, welcome in. Zaraj, welcome in. Appreciate you tapping in. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. Keep tapping. We'll get moving with music here in just a couple minutes. I'm just seeing what Sweetwater said about this synth really quick. Let's see. NVR in the building. What's up, NVR? Welcome in. We keep Mark, thank you for the follow. Keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Let me know where you're joining from. If you're new to the stream, would love to know where you're joining from. If you make music, the kind of music that you make, and then we will dive into music in just a couple minutes. I'm just seeing what Sweetwater's saying about the synth that's supposed to come in. Let me see. Demonik, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in over on the Purple app as well. I see you. Thanks for tapping in. Welcome in. Let's see. Brian, welcome in. Let me see. Oh no, I think there's another delay on the synth. Fuck. Okay, it's all right. They're gonna help me out with something else because of it. So they're always great. Sweetwater's always great. Hopefully soon I can get some stuff from them to help y'all out as well. They've been incredibly helpful, but I am getting another delay on the synth that's supposed to come in, and but they're helping me out. Beautiful. Okay, give me 1 second to update Chase. Shane, I got you. Eris, I got you. Let's see. Paula, I got you as well. Let me see. There's Chase. There's me. There's Chase again. Ella, got you. All right, I got you. Okay, give me 1 second to update these, Chase. And then I will explain the live stream. Boom. 1 is up. And boom. 2 is up. As easy as that. Boom. We're ready to go. We do experimental metal EDM. Okay, beautiful, dude. I love it. I'm from India and I make EDM, orchestral, and rap music. Thank you so much for hopping in over on the Red app as well. I appreciate that a lot. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. I thank y'all for joining. I appreciate y'all being here. Give me just one moment to refresh, and then I will explain. And thank y'all for the follows. I appreciate it. 1 moment to refresh over here, and then I will explain the whole live stream, the structure of what we do. What is the mic? Is Neumann. It is a Neumann. It is a Neumann M147 tube. One of my favorite microphones that I've ever had, that I've ever used. It's fantastic. It does a great job, and I quite literally have never put it on an instrument and on a vocal that it sounded bad on. I like it, which is, I can't say for some of the other Neumanns I've had. I can't say for some of the other mics that I've owned in the past as well. It is live. We are live. This is not a replay. We are live currently right now, July 13th at 4:33 Central Time, whatever it is, wherever y'all are. Stock, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Is it Ella? Thank you, or Ellie? I can't see from this far, but thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, let's dive into some music, y'all. Let's dive into some music. We are going to get rolling with the music. Let me get my spiel. Since we're live, we're here, and we're about to kick everything off. Let me just explain kind of what is happening here and what the structure of this live is. If you've never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. Welcome to the live stream. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Thank you for taking some time out of your day, even just to swipe through. But if not, to stay for a little while, listen to some music, submit music. I do not take that for granted. So thank y'all so much for being here. If you have never been here before, we have 2 lanes. It's pretty simple. Hola, welcome in. We have 2 lanes. We do have a free line. That free line is it lost over on the Purple app. We are on 3 different platforms. That's why you're not seeing the chat from all the different platforms. We're on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok right now. But anyways, let me see. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello. If you know, you know. Let me see real quick. Okay, if y'all have never been here before, we got 2 lanes. We have 2 lanes. There is a free line. That free line is up to 2 minutes of your song and a quick note. Once again, we'll play up to 2 minutes of your song, and then we will give you a quick note on the structure of your song, hopefully something that'll be helpful and give you some tools on improving it, but it'll be very fast, very quick, up to 2 minutes of the song. If you are on, I was like, man, I got triggered. I got taken back to 2016 or whatever it was. It's like I snapped into something. If you're on the consultation side, which is the bulk of what we do here. If you're on the consultation side, those are a bit different. Those are not a quick review. Those are a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive into the structure of your music. Those are, like I said, 20 to 30 minutes, and we are going to spend those multiple listens through your song, talking through your mix and master, production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, structure, stuff like that. It is a long form, detailed analysis of what you're doing both creatively in practically within the structure of your music. Like I said, those are not quick reviews. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It is strictly a long form breakdown to hopefully offer some specific, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So a lot of what we do here, a lot of the perspective is kind of pointed in that direction and kind of from that perspective. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down, but I'm also not here to just hype you up and give you exposure. If that happens and the algorithm takes off, cool. If you get a lot of eyes and ears on your music, awesome. It's just not my priority. It's not the reason why we've structured the stream this way. If you would like to submit your music for either that free line, the 2-minute listen, or for the deep dive consultation side where we really get into the nuances of your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Specifically, if you're on TikTok, if you're on TikTok, go to the link in my bio and you'll see the lanes that you can submit to there. It's also where you will go to see the queue. So if you want to see the line, you want to see the order, you want to kind of see where you're at and see if you want to move or go faster or skip or anything like that, all of that is at the link in my bio. If you are on the purple app, you can type !submit in the chat and you'll see everything you need right there. The link will present itself to you. If you're on the red app, then which we're also live on right now, then you can go to the description for the live stream and you'll see everything that you need right there as well. What was the song name you said? I just can't remember the name. One more plug. Oh wait, which one? Is it Tama? Which one? I'm not sure which one you're referring to. But let's go ahead and dive in. Let's get into some music. But once again, if you would like to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. If you're wanting to check the line, you want to go from one queue to the other. If you want to see where everything's at, if you would like to submit for either one of the lines, then that's where everything is going to live. But let's get into it. We got Shane in the building, and then Shane, I need to go through. I have I think a bunch of pictures I need to go through for your project in particular. So keep me, check this real quick too. Okay. Yeah. Keep me updated. I'll probably check that out later tonight. Once I get off the live stream, I'll go through and kind of see what's happening in that session really briefly. I want to make sure I catch up on those messages as soon as I can. I don't know. I can't remember, Tama. Just a minute about man's new song, homie. Let's go. I love it. Headed in the right direction. Vocals very harsh. Bass too weak. Okay. Let's get it. So same song, right? This is Twin. But y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live. Don't forget to repost it, and your heart me does really help out Libby. And is it EPEC? Thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Bloomer, good to see you. Thank you for tapping in. Tep is in the building. What's up, Tep? Tep, no, the legend, the man, the myth, the legend in the building. Thanks for joining, man. Appreciate you being here. It's late and sweet. I wish I could stay on longer. Keep the great. Hey, man, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for hopping in, showing love. Everybody go follow Mason. That's the family right there. This is Twin by Shane Paul. We've heard the song a bunch of different times, so let's dive into some of the details. Let's kind of see where we're at. Let me know. I'm requesting access. So double check that really quick, Shane, on Drive. I'm requesting access. So let me know whenever that is supplied, and we will go back into it. Got you, Shane. No worries at all. Let me double check it again. Thank you, Tep. I appreciate it. I appreciate that a lot. Michael's in the building. All right, let's dive into some music, Shane. I got you ready to go. Chase samples. I got both of yours boosted, so you're in the 15 ready to go, just like you were the other day. You should be set. This is Twin by Shane Paul. Let's run it. I've heard this a bunch of times, so we're gonna dive into some fresh details in the mix. But yeah, let me know if there's any other peripheral things that you feel like you've adjusted that you want me to hone in on a little bit more. And then we'll dive in. Of course, I'll go through those photos that you sent later tonight. Gotta make every spend time on like that. Oh, it'd be so fun. I'll do it, Tab. That's one of my non-negotiable goals for this year is I will be releasing a lot of even just instrumental music. I would love to do some like lo-fi stuff, some chill house stuff. I would love to do some 80s synthwave stuff. Obviously, that's a core of what I do sound-wise, sonically. I'd love to do some synthwave stuff and just some instrumental albums, hopefully for getting a bit more exposure in those veins, just because I do have a lot of opportunities there and I want to make those happen. So I definitely want to do a lot more of that. I think it'd be really fun. Um, I got to make it happen. Chevy, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. All right, this is Twin by Shane Paul. Let's see if it'll open up this time. Trimmed off a lot of plugins. Try to do less processing. Hopefully better. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I know you've been around the block with this one. So let's dive in. Let me get it downloaded. Give me a second. It is working this time. Okay. Let's see. Mix it ourselves and we're 16. Let's go, Chevy. I love that. All right, let's run it. Way better clarity already, though. Yeah. Hook can use some clarity. Verses are way better. Verses are way better. I think you only need 2. 4 would be if you're requiring like a wall of sound. You know, if you have like a heavy metal song, you want a wall of sound. 4 makes more sense. Or you just really want a particular inversion, then, you know. What's up, Retrack? Good to see you, man. Let's go. Y'all show some love to the family. Shane Paul in the building. I'll tell you right off the bat that we have, especially on your verses, we have made huge strides forward in regaining some clarity. It feels so much more open, so much more just like present and bright and airy. There's so much better clarity for like the guitars and your vocal structure. That's a huge step forward in my opinion from what we've heard before. You were asking about double to quad track guitars and stuff like that. Again, I mean, similar to what Tab said, you don't have to overthink it. It really just depends on what you feel needs to be there. That to me is kind of the main thing I want you to kind of think about is only put there, which is why the chorus collapses, though. Yeah, it does a little bit. We can talk through a bit of that as well. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. I'm going to back it up here. Obviously, we'll run it from the top. You just have to really decide what you have there that you feel is necessary to be there. Like this song needs this guitar in here, or what is there just because in your mind you have an idea for the sonics and you're kind of just adding. And again, everyone does this, but you were just kind of adding things in order to hopefully reach that sound, but you don't know if it's actually going to accomplish it. When in reality, maybe if you just added, if you just had a stereo bus for 2 tracks of guitars, you brightened it up. They're pretty filtered down a little bit right here. I had 6 guitars, so I already trimmed to 2. I like less is more. Yeah, exactly. So here's my perspective is I think especially in this genre, again, there's no rules to this. You can do whatever makes sense for what you're trying to build, right? In this genre, it's not as typical to have like quad tracked rhythm guitars, even if there's like a lead line kind of blended in there. It's not as typical, right? Where that's kind of overwhelming the mix, right? Now, in a progressive metal track or like a modern, alt rock song or something like that, you might have quad track guitars in this wall of sound that's like gated and punchy with the bass and the drums, but that's not really what you're doing. This is a little bit more raw. This is a little bit more natural sounding, and I think it should. I mean, that makes sense with your vocal. It makes sense with what you're doing guitar-wise and stuff like that. I think what I would do is just go down to what you feel is necessary. This is going to be different song to song, but I would go to what you feel is necessary. Like you've heard me talk about so many times. What are the non-negotiables? We have to have drums and bass in there. We need a strong lead guitar. A strong lead vocal supported by the backgrounds that you want to be there. And then what else can you use to kind of fill it? And if that means another guitar track, if that means a lead, maybe a double tracked rhythm with the one lead guitar, so you have 3 in there. Whether that means beefing up your beefing up your bass structure in order to give it a little bit more energy in the mix. Obviously, the answer to that could be a lot of different things. But I do think based on the genre that you're going for and what you're doing creatively, I do think less is more, and processing that less really, really, really well. Solid double-tracked rhythm guitars that are open and they're bright and they're punchy and they're moving really well and they have a lot of energy in the mix. Dude, why is the queue so long? Because people want to be here. I like that. Wish I could afford to have you mix this. Would be a great reference point. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I will say the other aspect is as well. If you ever want to get a mix, I always split it up, so it doesn't always have to be like one big chunk or whatever, and then that's it. So if that ever is helpful for you, let me know. We can always do like a payment plan or something like that every couple weeks or however long it's going to take us or whatever would make sense to you. But either way, there was like 4 songs from the same guy in there. There can't be 4 songs from the same guy in there unless they mess something up. Give me 1 second and let me see. No, there's not. There's only 1 of each song. Yeah, there's not. There's not. Is the background real? Yes, it is. Of course it is. Of course it is. Those are my babies. There's and more to come, and more to come. No, there's not. I can see the queue right here in front of me. There's not even 1 song from 2 people. There's 2 in the paid. Maybe the album covers look similar. Wait, what album covers? I might be missing something. But yeah, there's no doubles in there. People double submitted for the paid. So on the consultation side, people submit multiple times sometimes, but that's the only one. There's 1 person who has 2 songs back to back, and that's it. Okay, but as far as unless I'm missing something. But yeah, try refreshing. Maybe it glitched a little bit. If I don't pay, I'll have to wait. I mean, what do you mean? Everyone has to wait for their time. I'm not sure what you're asking necessarily. There's 2 lanes. There's a free line. The free line is we play up to 2 minutes of your song and we give it a quick note at the end. And then there's a consultation side. That's the paid side. The consultation side, we spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking down your song, go back through it, talk through mix and master, break down song structure, things of that nature. So you can go into whatever lane you want to go. Mine doesn't have a song. Okay, got you. If you don't pay, you get much. Yeah, welcome to fucking capitalism. Okay, it's unfortunately have to work within it sometimes. All right, let's keep this rolling here. I want to get into some of the details here before we get too deep into some of this other stuff. Okay, so as far as this, like you were saying, I do think it would be beneficial to simplify. I would love to simplify some of the structure and process it as beautiful as you feel like you have the capacity to. As far as processing the bass, if you want to disguise some of the frustrating elements within your bass, you can do that with like really slow moving modulation so it doesn't feel too strict and VST. You can also do that with a bit of saturation, which can be very helpful as well. A little bit of saturation goes a long way to kind of beefing that up and disguising some of the more rigid digital artifact that you're getting from like a bass VST and stuff like that, depending on what you're using. So that'd be one way you could give it a little bit of weight, and hopefully that helps beef it up a little bit, give it more energy in the mix, as well as disguise some of the nuances that are kind of frustrating for you. Okay, so now let's get into some of these other details. Like I said, if you had 6 guitars, you bred it. It's a real track. It's just guitar. I see. Are you just using the? I appreciate you, Sevi. Thanks for the love. What's your opinion on Epiphone SG guitars? I love them. I've had them. I used to have an SG, and then I actually had an Epiphone SG bass. And that's not, I don't know what the image is there with the blue play sign or whatever it is that says next song. That's not how this works. That's not how this works here. Pitch shifted, which gives it artifacts. Then you might be better off with the VST, to be honest. Then if that's the case, if you feel like, which it's possible, you can do that. If you like, even like McGee style stuff or Dijon style stuff, like you can make that happen. You can make it work. But typically, what you would probably want to do is have a heavier gauge, and preferably maybe like a humbucker, get a little bit more energy in there. But it kind of depends on I think you're probably using a Gretsch, right? You're probably using the center block Gretsch for that detune right there. So if you're gonna do it with like detuning it like that, you just got to be really, really tasteful with the way that you process it in order to make sure it still fills out really well. You might be better off with one of two things happening. One is pitching it down the way you have, or keep it in a low octave the way that you have, and then actually support it by a bass VST. So if you want to get like kind of the natural characteristics, and you still want like the natural kind of bends that happen when you hit the strings, some of the natural movement that's happening from playing a real guitar, keep it as it is. You'll get some of the artifact. It's fine. You can disguise that a little bit by underneath that mixing in more subharmonics from like a bass plugin. Even if it's not the best one, use it for weight and use it for some like bloom underneath it, as opposed to just having the guitar. But the guitar, it's one thing I kind of notice here, is it feels a little thin. It doesn't feel like it has as much weight as I want it to have, but it also is probably just because of the way that it was tracked as well. Now you can do some EQ stuff. I might do that. I was going for a cross between a slap bass and a crunchy hardware. 100%. So if you want, here's what I would do. And this is the same way that I track synths a lot of times, and the way that I track a lot of different guitars, drums, vocals even, right? You're going to use 2 of them for 2 different reasons. Right? Like you're going to use one. So like for one, you might have the guitar, right? And you're going to use that guitar. That's probably going to be brighter, a little bit more transient. You're going to like use that for the attack that you want to have. You're going to use that for utilizing some of the string attack and giving you some of that energy in the mix, right? You're not going to use the guitar part of that mix, a part of that, that 2 mix right there, 2 track mix right there, to create body. That's just not what it's not going to offer a lot of that. And if you just turn it up too much, you're going to get a lot of this kind of weird, artifact and stretching and stuff like that, informant shifting that's happening by pitching it down an octave and kind of breaking it up a little bit. So right there, just use the guitar for the attack, because that's what you have. You don't have a bass, and that's fine. You got to use what you have, right? So use the guitar for the attack, and then mix in a VST bass underneath it just for the body, just for the bloom in the low end. And that will give you a better balance between those elements. And then you're just going to mix those 2, together to make sure that they're working together well, and make sure that, they're in phase. You can check a couple of those things there too, so that you're not hollowing out the middle of the mix. But I would just layer the 2 in the same way that sometimes, you layer a couple snares together. One's for a more snap and transients, one has more body and more weight, or I'll layer multiple kick drums. One is for a little bit more thud, and one is for the attack at the beginning of that. Like, there's different ways obviously to layer. This would be the same thing I would do for your bass here. Grab a VST bass for body, something nice and warm and thuddy, and then bring the guitar in right over the top. Just be as controlled as possible and making sure they're doing the exact same thing. Otherwise, you're going to get some kind of weird imbalances when one is not there and the other is, and it's going to sound kind of funky, right? Little things like that I think could go a long ways. And then bring it back to 2 guitar tracks, open them up a little bit so that they're not too like hollowed out. They're not too dark. They're not too filtered down, especially if they're going to be your only 2 double-tracked rhythms. Open them up a little bit more and give them a little bit more space. I've heard songs where they replace the bass with harmonica as well. It sounds it's a great filler. That's interesting. I guess I could kind of see that in some sense as kind of as like a top layer or even like detuned quite a bit. That'd be I'm kind of interested to try that out. Derek Bennett's in the building. What's up, Derek Bennett? Okay, let's I'm not familiar with Silverchair. Let's keep it rolling. If I only do 2 guitars, double track, just watch sunrise. I'm actually not positive. I would think so, but I'm not 100% positive. If I do only 2 guitars, double track each, or do a different guitar in each side, double track each. So if you're going to do, so when I typically say like quad tracking, especially in like the metal sense, what that is typically referring to is like a rhythm guitar on the left and its counterpart on the right, and then another inversion of the rhythm guitar on the left and its counterpart on the right, and that's 4 heavy, massive wall of sound, electric guitars that are carrying the rhythm of the track, plus a distorted bass, plus lead lines and stuff like that, and synths and stuff like that. So if you have like a rhythm guitar, you would just like you would an acoustic guitar or something, double track the rhythm guitar or stereo track the rhythm guitar, and then if you have like a lead that sits over it, double track those leads in order to kind of open up some of the structure right there.
Bigger, better, faster, for free. I wanna win. He's a winning machine. My competitive advantage is another of me. I got a twin, big brother.
Because your guitar, the guitar that you're using as a bass in here, I really don't mind like sonically what it's doing, like energetically what it's doing in the mix. Like I think it's doing what you want it to do. It just doesn't have the weight or the energy. But if you bring in some like subharmonics underneath this, you give it a little bit more weight, you give it a little bit more energy, I think you'll wake it up quite a bit, because I don't even necessarily feel like you need to like really retrack this. I like what the guitar bass is doing. I like how it exists in this song. It just needs support. It needs some help because it's missing a lot of information there.
He's got 007 minus 6 in his chains. They say it just brings us all together.
Yeah. If you're just leaving it, you can try. Just be careful of just introducing a lot of mud. Just be aware of that, right? Be aware of. I appreciate you. Be aware of just inflating things where the element itself can fill that void and feel like it's doing exactly what you want it to do. That'd be the only thing, is like you can, of course, just inflate these frequencies to try to squeeze it out of there, out of it, but you just end up losing a little bit of control. Just so in the sense that, like, if I all of a sudden want to go up a little bit higher in the range, and play something a little bit higher on a quieter part of the song, but it also has 60 dB boosted 70 or 60 hertz boosted 7 dB. Then all of a sudden that whole track is kind of muddy and you've lost some level of control. If you add in another element there to help fill in the gaps, you have a lot more control over automating its volume, of cutting certain parts of it and stuff like that. I just realized we are scientists. We are, right? These are our like trials here. All right, let's get it. Better clarity on the vocal there. Better clarity on the lead vocal there. I think once you've introduced, some of these other guitar layers and like inversions of the guitar layers right there, that's where you're starting to get that mud. That's where we're starting to build up, some of the energy right there. Oh, that's what's up. Welcome, dude, it's been forever. Welcome in. Welcome in. Yeah, like that lead vocal is so much cleaner now. And so I do think that it was to your benefit to hit rewind a little bit. Richard, welcome in. Thank you for the rose. I appreciate it. Retract, thanks for the heart me. I do think that you have opened up, like we have a better foundation here. We have clarified what is happening in the song at the very least. And I feel like, in my opinion, from here, we can take small steps forward to kind of regain the song and kind of get back to a place where you feel like you're a bit more in control of your sound. I think the last couple versions of the song that we heard, we were so far into it. There's so many layers of things that were happening and so many routing layers and routing positioning things that were just like, I don't know where to go from here kind of. I do think that even though this is missing some things, even though this has some things that need polish, I do think that we're now in a place where I can even hear what's happening with those elements, right? Simplifying the guitars and opening them up so that you have two rhythms and they're really powerful and they feel great. If you have a lead over the top or an inversion over the top, you still want to double track, maybe just thin it out a little bit so it's not interrupting the rhythms or stepping on the toes of the lead and stuff like that. I think you can now be kind of tasteful with where you move, some of these different elements right now, but there's so much better clarity now. Yeah, 100%, 100%. But I feel like I'm hearing parts of the song more than I ever had before. So that to me is already, even though we need some polish, that's already a huge step forward. Love the single track over there. That's perfect. This might be the best little pocket of the song sonically. The, tension from the drum structure, the single track guitar over the left, the kind of slap delay, hollowed out vocal in the middle. It's saturated. It's got these like tight plate reverbs and stuff on it. Like these little parts right here to me feel the most like a record. And so that clarity that we're hearing, I think is what you can aim for. You can still gain this big sound out of your guitars and bass and drums and stuff like that, but it's really difficult to gain that if there's so many things stepping on each other's toes. So that's I'm already just so much more excited about where we are. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like hearing these things kind of for the first time, and it's showing me like what this song actually can be, even though it's like my 7th time hearing it. Right? It's like I'm like, oh, here's what this could actually exist as, and it's making me very excited for the near future of this track. Now hear that? You can hear that ringing kind of right at the top right there. That little pocket right there where we're getting a lot of, hold on, let me move this over here. Where we're getting that ringing right there. That's what I want you to figure out. Again, look a little bit higher for that ring right there. It's probably around 5K, 4K. You can kind of look in that pocket right there, and you're going to get this kind of high whine that's happening at the very, very, high, mid, low, high kind of a feel. As soon as this comes. Let's go, Chevy. Yeah. It's like right there at the top of the mix. You can hear it really clearly there. Find where that's happening, whether it's happening on a background, whether that's happening with a vocal structure, if it's happening, find where that is happening and start to clarify. If you can dive back into this mix, beef up the bass, support the drums, keep lead vocal nice and strong, find your pain points of ringing and whining in the mix. If you can find where the guitars are muddy, bring it back to just a 2-track, whatever it may be, right? Getting into these different elements right here. If we can regain a little bit of clarity, I think this song could take a very, very fresh form. Polar's in the building. What's up, Polar? I got a song, my friend. How do I submit? Type !submit right there in the chat. Well, Fun dropped it right there. Just hit that link right there in the chat and you'll see everything that you need. Is it an AT3035? No, this is a Neumann M147 II. Neumann M147 II. I love it. All right, let's keep it going. If you also target that ringing in the mix, it's going to make your hook, especially with the guitar as well, it's going to open that up so much more. Because right now, it not only feels muddy because of the guitar structure, but it also is ringing quite a bit. So if you start to take care of some of these pain points in the mix, this is going to take a new form, man. It's going to feel so much more open, so much more open. Can I send you unreleased music? Absolutely. We're hearing unreleased music right now. Most people send us unreleased stuff because a lot of people kind of utilize this live as like a final stop before distribution or sending to their engineer or going through their own mixing recording process. Of course, you can send release stuff. People do. But a lot of people send in like works in progress and demos and stuff like that. Mac Odin, welcome in. Silex, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you, man. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the 50 Go Populars, man. I appreciate that a lot. Puller said, okay, I have a Neumann TLM102. I have a TLM102 as well. I like it. I think we say this every time I go live because people ask about mics all the time, of course. But I have a TLM102 as well. It's not my favorite microphone, but I have it for like very particular use cases. So if I need like I have a parlor acoustic Gretsch guitar, like if I need to like have something and like really open it up and brighten it up, or if I have like a breathy, airy female vocal, or if I need to like open up the rooms with the drums and just kind of smash it, the 102 does good for that. But it's such a bright, brittle microphone that I am just very particular with where and why I use it. Maybe another mic soon. I have my eyes on something. I'm getting ready to very, very soon pull the trigger on a bunch of gear here. Since I just got rid of a ton of stuff. I sold a bunch of synths, sold a bunch of gear, sold a bunch of amps, sold a bunch of drums. I sold 3 drum sets. Like I got rid of a ton of stuff because I wanted to get some new stuff in here. So I'm on the edge of pulling the trigger with Reverb and Sweetwater and Facebook Marketplace to get some other stuff in here. So maybe a new mic coming in. Maybe a new one. We'll see after I get some of this other stuff that's more of like this is a great mic, so I don't need, have to have another one. But we'll see once I get the other stuff what I have left to pull the trigger on something else, but it'll be fun. Smitty, everything's at the link in my bio. If anybody would like to submit your music, either for the free line or for the consultation side, which is what we're digging into right now, everything's at the link in my bio if you're on TikTok. All right, that's also where you can see the cue. Let's keep it rolling here. Is that ringing at the top? Ringing. Your vocal also takes a little bit of a dive. Now, some of it is because of energy increases in the mix, the quads on the guitars, stacks of the vocals here, drums open up on the crashes. Obviously, this takes kind of a new form as the song kind of opens up. But that is also causing the vocal to kind of dive in the mix a little bit. It also could very well just be that vocal, in tandem to a lot of the things we're talking about, is also just on its own chorus track or hook track that is a little bit quieter, that is compressed a little bit tighter, or that is kind of restrained in the mix a little bit more. I would love to let that vocal a little bit more loose in the middle of the mix and let it jump forward a little bit more. Whether that is being overcompressed, you need to loosen up the threshold a little bit, or you need to push it forward by 2 or 3 dB and give it some presence, give it a little bit more pop right there. I would say though, I would start by clarifying everything else first. So before you go into boosting and getting into a noise battle in your own track, go back and like cut particular elements and start to filter this out, cut those top end guitars, simplify this over here, support the drums a little bit more over here. Like I think, like you said, like the more that we start to clarify these different elements, that will give more space to your lead vocal. And I think once that happens, you can kind of gauge whether or not you still need to push that vocal forward by a couple dB. Let me get into the outro here. Hopefully this is helpful. Hopefully this feels like a step forward. I think you're in the best place I have heard so far, even though it needs some stuff. I think you're in the best forward progression place that I've heard, because what happened is I remember like starting the song, a year ago, right? Or however long ago it was that you first started the song. And every time we started to push and add more, change this, process more, bust this over here. The song got like more and more like restrained and held back and kind of smothered by processing. And I think you can kind of just lose the song and lose what's there. And I think now there's better openness, there's better clarity. I'm getting some more pop out of the song, like even just the drums and the vocals, so on and so on. I think it's opening up beautifully. So I think you're in the best position that I've heard the song so far. Let me get into the last 20 seconds here, and then we'll close it up. See, like those guitars right there, they're really restrained and held back. Some of it I like the tone of, I like the fuzz of it. But I would love for those to be like way more open, like high end pushed, quite a bit higher, just because it is so dark that when I don't know, we're not really getting any of like these breaks that are happening between the drums and the bass. The bass needs more support, we already know. But the breakdown right there, we're not getting that push out of the guitars because they're really restrained as well. Would love for those to pop. Would love for those to open up a little bit more here. Digital do what you want to do at the flip of a fingertip. It's a phenomenal ending. It's such a good ending. Y'all, please show some love, man. Show some love, show some love. That's the family. Shane Paul in the building. You know, I love and appreciate what you do so much. Love, love, love what you do. And for those of you who are curious as well, Shane is writing, recording, performing, producing, and mixing all of this themselves. And that's why they're here, because they're just learning, they're growing, they're improving on their structure every single time now that I'm hearing this as we go deeper and deeper into the song structure. But they're doing everything themselves. That is not easy to do. That is, it has strengths in all of the different creative forms of building music is not an easy thing to do. Some of y'all, maybe it comes really easily for you, but it's typically not a very easy thing to do, to be strong in all of those different areas. So man, just huge flowers due to Shane Paul and just the work and the investment that you put into doing what you do, man. Seriously, so proud of the work that you do. Please show some love to the family. Shane Paul right here in the chat. Let's get into the next song here. I'm going to try to go, at a fair pace today. We got Richard in the building. Richard, I got you. Thank you so much. Half of me, I got you as well. Let me see. And then Chase Samples, and Jay Moore, I got you as well. Thank y'all so much for the submissions. I appreciate y'all so much. Let's keep it rolling. We got Richard in the building. Richard makes some great music. I'm excited to dive in. Hop in the chat. Just let me know that you're here. And we'll actually, I see the bros, so I'm assuming they're in the line here as well. But if you would like to submit really quickly, if you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. So if you want to submit for the free line or for the consultation space that like we just did in this last song, then everything is at the link in my bio. You can also check the line there. You can also see the order, decide if you want to skip or decide if you want to go forward, so on and so on. If you're on the purple app, type !submit. If you are on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. I actually get so much great feedback, so I submitted another. Richard, I appreciate you so much for one. Just the kind words mean a lot as well, man. But I'm honored to get a chance to break down your music anytime that we hear it. So, Distant Memories by Richard Taggart. This song is about how living in the moment is special as you remember the past, but don't live in it. We can have a fuller life as we appreciate the now. Is another song in an acoustic and raw style. Let's go. And then also now that I've heard, I think 2 songs from you, right? 2 or 3 songs from you now. Let me know with the things we've already addressed, right? The things that we've already kind of talked about, suggestions and like ways to go about production and stuff like that. Let me know, and I can still dive into those things, of course. Let me know if there's anything that I can be really valuable to you for. Is there anything in particular that you feel like is a pain point? You think is something that you would like to improve, something you would like another set of ears on? Let me know. And I'll be more than happy to kind of hyper focus on that for the next 20, 30 minutes and offer as much, as many tools in that space as possible. Just so I can make sure I'm giving you as much value as I can. But let's get it. This is Richard Taggart. This is Distant Memories. And I believe it's out on platforms. It is out on platforms. So please show it some love and support. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, so on and so on. Let's get it. These are all really, really raw records, but they're beautiful. And Polar, thank you for the follow. I see that too. Thank you so much.
Smell a campfire on a summer breeze.
Demonik, I got you. Appreciate it.
4-point buck through the aspen.
What's the name? What's the name for it, Polar? It should be in the line. You can check the line at that same submission form.
Wheels spinning out through the muddy creek.
Perfect. Appreciate you.
My mind's chasing distant memories. Tailgate down in the summer heat. Sitting
weird voice.
right there
It
at her
sounds good.
swing on feet.
Sounds good.
In her ear I'll softly speak. I'm chasing distant
I don't do ratings, but if you would like a detailed
memories.
breakdown of your music, it's at the link in my bio.
You don't know how long you have before it's all in
Link in my
the
bio.
past.
Thanks for tapping in. Welcome in.
When the flames turn it to ash, and it's all gone in a flash, and time seems like a dream.
Great writing, man.
You'll be chasing distant memories. Morning sun coming in the east. The smell of dew seems so sweet.
I love the early push.
Mountain Creek running swift and clean. I'm chasing distant memories. You don't know how long you have before it's all in the past.
I love the chord change to the 2 minor 2. It's a nice little switch.
When the flames turn it to ash.
I do really like the
And it's all
piano with a
gone
fiddle
in a
lead.
flash.
Piano with a fiddle lead would just be
And
chef's kiss. If you ever decide to produce this out, if
seems
you ever decide to
like
open this up a little
dream.
bit, then just like a low
You'll
upright.
be chasing distant memories.
It's locked in. It's written in the stars, Step.
When the time comes, we will leave and go to where the angels sing. We'll be with him, and there'll be.
When you were talking about adding a voiceover, what did you mean by that?
And life will be distant.
You said you added kind of an
memories.
interesting voiceover to it, right?
You don't know how long you have
Or maybe I misunderstood.
before it's all in the past. When the flames turn it to ash.
Love that low fry in your vocal.
And it's all
Such a great texture.
gone in a flash. And time
Yeah, okay,
seems
gotcha.
like a dream.
Yeah, I got you.
So while you can make those memories.
It almost sounds like there was like a mono doubler on your vocal or something like that, and it's causing some like either some like frequency rub or some like almost beating, but it almost has like a phasing kind of effect on the vocal as well. Sorry, lost service for a second. I'll check out the VOD later. Thank you, dude. Of course, man. Yeah, the whole thing. That's a great reminder. It's a great reminder that every single one of these live streams are saved as a VOD over on YouTube. So if you want to go back and reference it, see what we wrote or see what we were talking about, break it down, you lost signal, you want to go reference it again, you want to make notes, you want to screen record, send it to someone or post or whatever, all of these are saved to YouTube. This will be like episode 116 or something. I'm making that up, but it's something like that. But yeah, you can go stream it, you can go watch it. Just go to my YouTube, which we're live on right now. And you can go to the Track Talk live stream playlist. You'll see everything. You'll see everything right there. Okay, let's run it from the top. Yeah, I wouldn't, and maybe you're already kind of on the same page with me as this. I wouldn't necessarily, this is a nuanced opinion, of course, because you're the artist and you can do whatever feels creatively fulfilling for you. I wouldn't really add any modulative effects, modulation, flangers, phasers, choruses, stuff like that on this dry of a record. And by dry, just mean processing wise, obviously not just in emotional performance. I wouldn't really have anything like that because what it does is it takes us from raw to kind of randomly digitally artificial, even though the presentation of it is still very raw. You still hear some of the background noise. You still hear strumming patterns easily and like pick noise. You still hear obviously a lot of the natural vocal texture. Trying to add reverb and I got you. Yeah, and something in the vein. And then I will say as well, let me see really quick. Let me check this song. I'm gonna go to the song page really quick and see. Let's see. What are you? Is this claimed? Yeah, it is. Okay. Who are you distributing through? We've probably already talked about this, but I'm curious. Antonio, welcome in. United Masters. Do they do file replacement in United Masters? So I currently, and I'm not, tied to them necessarily. Like I might switch in the future. I'm not positive, but I currently use DistroKid. I have for like the last like 15 years. But I currently use DistroKid, and since I have a label profile with them, I can do file replacement really easily. So if I like update a master on something, or like you change something about a song and it's pretty similar, then you can update the ISRC codes and you can replace the file. That makes it, that makes it pretty easy. I don't know if they have that through United Masters. You can double check, and it might be worth double checking, because what I would maybe do, CD Baby and DistroKid. Okay, cool. Think I would have to double check just in case. You don't have to, but just in case, it could potentially be worthwhile going through, and you're like, I have this annoying issue on a song. I never fixed it, but I put it out there. It might be worth just replacing the file and being like, yeah, I want this to sound, at least until I go and like track more professionally or get a better mix and stuff on certain elements of your songs. At least put your best foot forward. You know what I mean? If it doesn't cost anything or it's not an issue, then double check if they have a pretty easy file replacement, just to at least put your best foot forward with the songs that you do have, so you don't feel like you're like running into as many quality limitations as you would be. Fareed's, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for tapping in. Everything is at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. How does the line work? I uploaded my link and yeah, Polar, I was asking, what's your name? What's your name in the skip line, so I can see where you're at. And I just haven't seen it move much. Each of these breakdowns are about 20 to 30 minutes, Polar. So when we go to your song, we're going to spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking it down. That's why it's not like moving constantly, going through a bunch of different songs. So like on this song, we're about to go back into it for another 10 minutes and talk through some of the details and work through some of the nuances of it. So that's why it's not moving as fast. So if you're in the skip line, you should see your name there. If you don't, let me know. Because I can only see what has been submitted. So if it is there, then just let me know what the name is under, so I can see it, and I can try to find what it is. But yeah, that's the line. Just I play the top song, and then it gets cleared. I go to the next one. Let's run it from the top, y'all. This is Distant Memories by Richard Taggart. Let's run it. And then once again, if you would like to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. So if you head to the link in my bio, you'll see where you can submit your music. You'll see the free line if you just want a free play up to 2 minutes. And then we have the skip, which is the consultation side. Those are 20 to 30 minute deep dive breakdowns into your music. And piano on this, if you ever did want to add piano, even just like through a VST, you could take like and in fact, I'll show you just for the sake of, again, a lot of what I like to do is just like get your own wheel spinning. Again, I've told people before, Labs has some great free stuff. Spitfire Audio Labs I have gigs and gigs and gigs of free instruments through them. And then another one. So I'm going to show you kind of what if you want to do this as simply as possible, I'm going to show you like basic, doing the bare minimum possible. And we're going to use MiniGrand, because MiniGrand is free. It just comes with Pro Tools. So I'm going to show you kind of what you could do with just whatever plugin you have for free. I'm going to put it on the the softest mode that I have here. I'm going to get a little bit of a, let's do a soft reverb. Whoops, I got a trigger. Hold on one second. Your wife plays piano. Do you have a piano? Do you have a real piano? That's the big question. See, there's a nasty. That's nasty, right? I mean, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. But that is we have a keyboard. Dude, okay, so you could technically do this. So I'm gonna show you with bad piano. So even if you have like a cheap one of those, like, like not even necessarily that cheap, they're like $500, but like even just like a Yamaha, like, what is it, like the CP45 or whatever they are, like, cheap Yamaha, like anything like that. Even just something cheap, I can show you just what you can do, right? There's obviously all these kind of like nasty, these don't sound that good, but that's not what we're going to go to the softest mode that it has. Okay. We're going to give it just a little bit of a haul on here. Just a little bit of a haul. Bring this down a little bit. And then quite literally, all I want to do here, just to take this horrible sound and give it a little bit of movement. I'm going to go to a free compressor. I'm going to go free. I'm going to free, just stock stuff. This is literally, I'm just going to only do this with stock. What am I looking at? Dynamics. There we go. We're going to do a free compressor. I'm actually going to compress first. I don't want to typically do it this way. What's up, Senko Music? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. But in this case, I want to do a free one. Where is my stock? There we go. Okay, 1 second. This one does not want to pull up right now. One moment. And I just want to show you kind of like where you can go even just with really, really basic stuff. Okay. So we're going to do the, this just comes with Pro Tools. So we're going to go kind of 2A style. I'm going to give it a little bit of reductions. This is a nice slow release here. Let's give it a little more edge. Let's also push the reverb up a little bit more, right? We're gonna go cheap. And then the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna filter it down. I don't want this to be like super bright and super open. So we're gonna add a stock EQ. It's all just literally what comes with Pro Tools. And I'm actually gonna filter it down a little bit. I'm going to add a high cut or low pass in this instance and make it nice and soft. I'm not gonna do too much. I don't want it too crazy, but I'm gonna warm this up a little bit. It's a little warmer. That's a little muddy. So I'm going to take out some of this mud at about 200 hertz here, just a little bit. Let's open it up a little bit more. Maybe right in there. What guitars do I have? I've got this little guy. This is a Rogue resonator guitar. Oh, actually, you can't see it. You can't see it on TikTok. I have this like vintage Rogue resonator acoustic. I have a Gretsch Parlor acoustic. It's a Jim Dandy. Then I have a Hofner, like a vintage style Hofner bass. I have a vintage Samick bass from like the early 90s, both 4-string. Then I have a Dean. No, I have the 6-string Dean. I have a Gretsch center block semi-hollow. I have a Schecter C1 Plus and a Stratocaster. So like trying to look around, trying to see. I was like, wait, what is the model over there? But that's what I have currently. I switch them out all the time. Like I'll kind of sell one, buy two, sell two, buy one nicer. Like I'll kind of switch them around all the time. Luis, welcome in. If you're on the Red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. You'll see a link right there. Okay, so now I'm going to open this up. We have a little bit too tight of compression now, so we're going to back it off a hair. There we go. Let's let this breathe, and let's push it a little bit. If you could only pick Gibson or Fender, which would you choose? Fender. I used to have like a Les Paul. I used to have a Les Paul. It was one of my favorite guitars at the time. I loved it. Didn't feel as versatile to me. The Fender, I use my Stratocaster on everything, all the time, from 80s synthwave stuff to modern pop to like contemporary whatever, like all metal. I've used it on progressive metal tracks. They're awesome. It's pretty hard to go wrong with a Strat or a Tele. Like they do a great job. So that's probably, the Gretsch is the one that I go to the most. I'm a big fan of Gretsch. The drums that I have coming in this week are Gretsch. The center block that I have is a Gretsch semi-hollow body, and that's like my favorite. I love it. So if I was gonna go like Gibson Les Paul, what's up, Carter? Thank you for the heart. Good to see you, brother. If I was gonna go Gibson Les Paul pricing and stuff like that, I would go to a guitar that I used to have, which is also technically semi-hollow, but it's a duo jet. So it's an old Gretsch, like 57 style Gretsch duo jet. I love that thing. It's one of the best guitars I've ever played. I would love to get one back again. And the way that I am in the studio, there might come a day where I just like sell all of my guitars and just get that, or like a Duesenberg Star Player TV or something. Like I just love them so much. Like they give you so much color and so much texture. They also are fantastic through the amp that I have. So I have a amp AC15, and they're fantastic. Fender sued almost everyone who makes a Strat. Yeah, I know they did. They're stupid for that. But it's not like people are gonna like really stop playing. They're not going to stop playing them. Yeah, it's like get the PRS SEs and whatever, but they're annoying for that. It's pretty stupid. It's not really going to go anywhere. All you need, in my opinion, is 2 electric guitars max. Yeah, it just depends on what you're doing. It's like I could say the same thing for synths, but it kind of depends on how you go about your creativity. Some people like all-in-ones, right? Like some people just were like, dude, I'll just get like a motif or something like that, and I want one synth that does every different thing possible. Valid. Completely valid. I like having 15. I like having like strong monophonic synths that have particular filters and particular kinds of modulators and LFO settings and routing options. I like having like older DACs from like the DX7 that I have, like old early FM synthesizers, and then hands-on control for like the Juno 106. I prefer having a tool per thing, because creatively, it's not even about like, is it worth it to get something else? For me, creatively, I like going to I'm like, oh yeah, I want the Juno sound, I walk to the Juno, right? I'm like, oh man, I really want like this DX7 shimmery, shiny EP1 sound, right? I go straight to the DX7. I don't no menu diving, I have to do anything. I just know what I'm going for. Same for like, I have another couple synths coming in pretty soon. And same with those. The reason why I'm getting these other couple synths that are coming in soon are because I have a particular thing I want to do with that synth, and it's processed in a very particular way. And that's kind of why. That's kind of why I do it. Baritone 6, fan fret, 8 strings, 7 strings, typical. Yeah, exactly. It's like there's different body styles, so playability is different. You also might want, it's the same reason why like when I had drums, I have like multiple snares, right? That's one of the reasons why I have multiple snares, is because sometimes like I don't want to like retune these a different way, right? So Shane, I think it blocked it actually. They are so versatile. They are so versatile. I think TikTok blocked the last message. It's like, you don't know how to spit it, you can't say it. What's up, Jenna? But anyways, the reason why is like, I don't want to have one snare that I'm constantly retuning and wearing out the heads and like doing all these different things and replacing snares and changing, the structure over here and the dampening over here. Like sometimes it is just easier to chase this point. It's like, if I want the baritone 6, I go to the baritone 6th. You know what I mean? If I want to go to the one that's in like, drop C sharp, it's always in drop C sharp with good strings and it's ready to go. I pick it up and I play and I just dive in. Not to mention the feeling of new synth. Yeah, it's so special. Different planets. If I just had one synth, I would never have new synth day, which for me is all the time. It's fun. It's exhilarating as a synthesis. Anyway, so can jumping on anything else besides my, So that's why it's like, you don't need more than 2 guitars. Like, valid to an extent, right? Like, again, like I have a hollow body Gretsch and I also have a solid body, Stratocaster. But if I want, and there's, different pickups on all of these too, right? Very, very different. Obviously a single coil, to a humbucker, to the ones that I forget whatever I have on the Gretches right now, but like they're obviously going to be different tones across the board as well. If I want to shred with like a low, and Chase would know this better than anyone because that's what he does, is shred, which we're going to hear in a minute. But if I want to shred, I really want to like eat up the fretboard, which I can't do. We're kind of making this up, but if I really, really want to work where I have a high lead line that I need to do on a guitar, I'm probably not going to go to the Gretsch, and I'm probably not going to go to the Stratocaster in a lot of cases. I'll probably go to the Schecter, which is set up with low action, strong strings, silky smooth, and it has the tone that I'm looking for. You know what I mean? So like that's the reason why I have, in this case, I'm no Chase. I'm not like a guitarist like Chase is. It's the reason why I have 4 guitars, is because if I want like some like 80s nasty rock and roll stuff and I want it to just sound gross and disgusting, I get the Dean and I break it out. If I want what the Stratocaster does, I do the Stratocaster. If I want hollow body Gretsch tone, I do the Gretsch. If I want to shred, I do the C1 Plus. And that to me, exactly, I could tune a 6 string super low, but then I lose you lose your high strings. And then again, this is the same thing with drums, like I was mentioning before. If I'm constantly retuning and just wearing out the strings, I'm going to get a lot less out of that guitar over time as well. And so it can be really beneficial to just keep things the way that they are, and like keep them in a tuning, keep them with strings, a certain string set, keep them with these, these particular I can't even think right now. Pickups. I was gonna say plugins, pickups, so on and so on. Anyways, okay, Richard, let's get back to it. So stock plugins.
Smell a campfire
Purists are
on a
great.
summer breeze. A 4-point buck through the aspen trees. The wheels spinning out through Muddy Creek.
Hell yeah, beautiful, I love it.
My mind's chasing distant memories. Tailgate down in the summer heat. Sitting right there as we swing on feet.
I haven't.
In her ear I softly speak. I'm chasing distant memories. You don't know how long you have before it's all in
even just having some,
when the flame
have you ever heard the new song, guys? They're so annoying. It's so loud. I haven't heard it. Just some level of additional tone in the mids right there of just the. It's two-eye attack. So I'm going to bring this down a little bit just so it tucks in a little bit more. But just the tone. Just having that kind of fill out right there, even just with like a stock, a stock plugin that gives it a little bit of energy. And especially again, if I come in here and I won't spend any more time on this after this, and I change this filter and we drop this down a little bit, I'm going to filter this out quite a bit. You know how like dark and moody that is? Even just something like this that kind of tucks in.
in her ear, I'll softly speak. I'm chasing distant memories. You don't know how long you have before it's all in the past. When the flames.
And that again is a free stock plugin, free stock EQ, free stock compressor. And again, I'm not even saying this like sounds amazing, but what it adds, even just really simplistically to the production, even if you tuck it back, if you filter it down quite a bit, you warm it up a lot. Like I've filtered down everything over 1,000 hertz. So 1,000 hertz and below is the only thing that's happening on this piano right now. Even just giving it that little bit of texture, again, even if you don't want to overproduce your records, you don't want to go too crazy with them, having that little bit of warmth can add a lot without you doing too much, especially if you have a keyboard already, your wife plays piano. I'm doing the simplest chords possible, just octaves. Octaves with the third. So simple. You don't have to do anything crazy at all. Chorus to the B minor. You don't have to do anything crazy at all. It could be so simple, tucked into the structure, and then you'll be good to go. That little bit of nuance adds a lot of texture. Okay.
Turn it to Mountain Creek running swift and clean.
And I got your skips as well, Chase. Appreciate you so much, man.
I'm chasing distant memories.
I'll go back to my piano.
You don't know how long you have before it's all in the past.
That's so much warmth.
When the flames turn.
Here's something I want to bring
to
to everybody's
ash.
attention too, real quick. This is a phenomenal melody structure. Phenomenal melody structure. So much good repetition, healthy repetition in here. Dun, 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 dun. Small changes at the end. Dun, 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 dun. Whatever, the ending line is a little bit different. But these early first melodies here are so consistent. They're so repetitive, structured absolutely beautifully. That's exactly what you want out of a hook. It's so catchy. The pattern recognition is there. The structure is absolutely fantastic. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
All in the past.
Ending melody's gonna change.
When the flames
Starts the same.
turn into ash.
Slightly different. Starts the same.
And it's all gone in a flash.
It's first melody again, ABA.
And time seems like a dream.
Consistent structure there. It makes this song so incredibly recognizable. Just fantastic job building song structure here. Let me get into the last section here.
Memories.
Of course, man. The potential is all there. Potential's all there.
Before it's all in the past. When the flames turn it to ash. And it's all gone in a flash. And time seems like a dream. So while you can, make those memories.
Let's go, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Distant Memories by Richard Taggart. I mean, your song structure is fantastic, man. And like I said, like we've talked through some other details in a couple other songs as well. As far as like building up production structure, what you feel like is necessary or unnecessary, how raw you want your production to be. Do you want to introduce any level of percussion, whether it's like djembe, whether it's cajon, different elements like that. Like if you want to open up these production structures, you absolutely can. There's very simple ways. Like I mentioned, adding in just really simple, pianos, like nothing too crazy, octaves on the piano to just support the low end with the acoustic guitar, like the raw acoustic guitar elements that you have right there. Adding in a percussive element. Those things to me are options. They're ways that you can build out your production, but not necessarily necessary, right? You have really, really good production structure as far as keeping it really simple, very clean, very open picking patterns and strumming patterns. To me, it's just going to come down to over time, your ability to execute this with slightly more polish. Like that to me is like kind of the missing step is the palatability of the rawness of the song and people's expectations of quality, especially when you're streaming on platforms. As far as like loudness of the master, clarity of the track, the processing and stuff like that, right? I think that you do have an opportunity where you can keep things really, really natural and really, really open at the same time as still honoring, kind of your vision for the song and not feeling like you need to overproduce it. But man, y'all please show some love. That is a song that is out. That is a song that is out. It's called Distant Memories by Richard Taggart. It is out on all platforms. Please go show it some love. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. So on and so on. Go show them some love. Go boost their algorithm. Give them some love and support. Thank you so much, man. I truly appreciate it. Dude, absolutely, man. Absolutely, absolutely. I'll love them out. Make it the... Lieber Nate, wait, hold on. I think I'm missing something. When you pros in the production, we're always one ideas. I'll love him out. I'm not understanding this format. We can continuously get sniped as we wait 20 plus minutes per song. I might be misunderstanding. People move forward if they want to move forward. You don't have to. You definitely don't have to. People have waited multiple lives sometimes to be heard. But yeah, it's if you can think of a better option, 100%. We're totally up to it. We've been doing this live stream in this format for about 3.5 years. We have tried probably 20 different formats of trying to make it work and trying to make it as fair for as many people as possible, and give them as many opportunities to get heard as possible. Obviously even up into including like saving their tracks for, sometimes weeks or months on end to make sure that they get heard, bring them back up, give them boost every time that we save it. So if we don't get heard, we always boost you the next time. So you get more, you get more the next time that you come in. But yeah, it's, the consultations are what they are. So the consultation is not going to change. My goal, priority-wise of the goal, is to offer as much value as possible. That takes time. So I'm not going to adjust time. The time that we spend on every single artist is in order to offer as many tips, as many tools, as many, options as far as improving the structure of the music as we can with the amount of time that we have. So I'm always going to spend 20 to 30 minutes on the consultation side because to me, that's where we're able to offer the most value possible. So that part's not going to change. If you look at the line, which you should do, if you look at the line and you're too far down or people are skipping past, then that's, there's no other, that would be anybody. That'd be, no matter how you structure the line, that's going to be somebody who's farther down. But anyways, let's keep it rolling. Jay's in the building. Richard, appreciate you so much. If y'all have ideas, please let me know. We've changed this live stream it feels like every 2 weeks for the last 3.5 years to try to come up with ideas and try to see what would be the best option for people. But this has been the way that it started, and it's been the way that it's worked for the last 3.5 years for that reason. Okay, let's get into this next one. We got Chase Samples in the building. Man. Let's run it. Let's see. We got a completely re-recorded from scratch Night Terrors is completely re-recorded from scratch. Let's go. And then Unfinished No Vocals Past, the second verse will be featuring another person on the final version. Sorry in advance, y'all. It's about to get loud. I know it's about to get loud. Actually, real quick. No, we should be fine. We should be fine for now. Okay. Let me see. All right, let's run it, y'all. Do me a huge favor, though. Make sure y'all tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to repost and send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. But let's keep it rolling. We got Chase Samples in the building. This is Night Terrors featuring... It doesn't say here, but let me pull up the track and we'll get into it. I know this is, Danny Hansen and Tyler Ebel, I think. But let's get into it. Let's get into it. Anything you want me to focus on, anything you want me to know, let me know, and then we'll go back to back.
Is this real, fabricated, or design?
I don't think I've heard these vocals, right? I don't think I've heard these vocals.
Is this real, fabricated, or design?
I don't think I've heard them.
Fabricated or design? Is this real, fabricated or design?
Oh, okay, sick. Fantastic. What's up, Sam? Welcome in. Got you. Everything's at the link in my bio. Thanks for the follow, Noah. Is this already on platforms, or where are you at with this? Killer. Okay, cool. Let's go, man. Show some love. That is Chase Samples music right here in the chat. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details, but y'all, please show some love. That's the family. Chase has been here probably for, I say this every time, but I just always want to show love. But Chase has been here since the first probably couple months that we ever did this live. Like I said a second ago, we've been doing this for over 3.5 years at this point. And Chase has been here since like the first couple months. And man, amazing work from ground zero of working on this stuff, man. Anyone can submit their track. Absolutely, Luis. Yeah, sorry, I don't know if I saw that message earlier. Yeah, anybody can submit their track for feedback, for a consultation. Everything for you on the Red app is at the description for the live stream. You'll see a link down there. If you're on the Red app, it's at the description. But any genre, any style, any level of quality or preparedness, it can be early demo, it can be out, it can be a work in progress. It can be just an idea that you have that you're fleshing out, so on and so on. But this is for producers, artists, musicians, engineers, vocalists, songwriters, so on and so on. So if you want to submit your stream music. If you're on the red app, it's at the description for the live stream. If you're on the purple app, you can type !submit. And if you are on TikTok, you can go to the link in my bio. But let's run it back from the top, man. Let's dive into a couple details here, man. Obviously, the musicianship is fantastic. Amazing job as always. There's one little lead line that I'm kind of looking for. I'm listening for here as we get into it. But you're doing a fantastic job as always, man. The guitar structure is nasty. I mean, the tone is absolutely fantastic for this process. I'm sorry, for this genre and for this space. You're absolutely crushing it, man. It's so good. So let's run it from the top, and then we'll dive into the second one as well. But let's get it, man. This is the Family Chase Sample. Show them some love and support. The song is out. It is called Night Terrors by Chase Samples. Go show it some love and support. Go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, so on and so on. All right, let's get it. Link in my bio if you want to submit. I love the swells on the outside there too.
Is this real, fabricated, or design? Eyes are coming to psychosis or is evil inside? Is this real, fabricated, or design? Eyes are coming to psychosis yes, I don't love in my mind. Yes, it's a dream or a demon, and how can it be a camp to a private eyeball?
Great vocal clarity. It's shiny, it's pristine, right in the middle of the mix. You're getting great clarity from the stacks as well.
I suffocate and burn on me.
There's a part of me that wants a little bit more width out of this mix. I'm gonna get into a couple other sections here too, because man, your tone is too good. Your tone is too good. It's so well structured. It is powerful. It's that wall of sound that you're looking for. But there's moments where it feels maybe a little bit collapsed. It feels a little bit collapsed to mono, where we're not getting the width from those like doubles and quads and stuff right there that I would love to hear on the outside. Sways, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I would love to get a little bit more energy out of these doubles and quads and stuff. So thought amp from Old Home Audio. It's killer, dude. The tone is so good. The tone is so good. But I think between the lead that's kind of in mono towards the middle and some of these like doubles or quads that you have here, they still feel kind of consolidated. They still feel kind of small in comparison to where I want to feel this mix and kind of the openness that I want to feel. Again, some of this is personal mixing, process and stuff like that as well. But I would love to like open these up a little bit more. If you have any room to widen like on a mix like this, or as far as like actually just opening up your panning structure, and or if anything is collapsing or they're too similar of a double track or whatever it may be, however that's being structured, if you need to push mid side on an aux and open it up a little bit more, I would love to get more of that, because the drums are snappy, vocals are crystal clear. I love where they're sitting. I love the processing on the vocals as well. They're doing everything that they're supposed to do. I would love to get that little bit of edge from those doubles, because I'm missing some of that like wall of sound power on the outside of the mix that I would love to get. Because man, yeah, the tone is there. It's nasty. It's nasty. It's nasty. Like right here, Isaiah, thanks for the follow. Because there's a Let me see. Because there's like a little bit of what's up, Marcus? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. Got a 20% mix in of a lower octave. Okay, I got you. Let me back it up here really quick, because there is a lead line over it, but I think because the lower double to quads, depending on what you're doing, I think it's at least doubles, obviously, that you have underneath this are so much, at least perceptively, so much closer to center, that when that lead comes in center, I'm barely picking up on your harmonics. I'm barely picking up on these top lines there, just because they don't really have like the space to kind of slice through the mix as much. Those are like the few things. It's like that one concept of having a little bit more room for some of those elements to push forward, to me is the only thing that I'm missing on this, because most of the rest of the structure sounds phenomenal. Sounds so good. Sounds so good. If we can get that, if we can open it up, It's quads. Yeah, it feels like it. Main left and right are 50% each way. The two supporting are 100% each way. Even just going 75, 80 makes a huge difference. It really does. It can open things up pretty dramatically going a bit wide. Let me see something real quick. So just, I'm gonna try something here real quick. Let's see what happens. This might not come through on TikTok. It very much so might not come through. The difference between this and where that's positioned and this, I can hear it. I don't know if it'll be too compressed on TikTok. The openness between that and what was right before it is the difference between 50 and 80%. It just kind of pushes everything. Now, this is the piano where I'm filling in the mids a lot more. Double track is even more dramatic because with the double track, we have a mono signal pushing this way and a potentially mono signal pushing this way and opening up the structure from there. So it's even more isolated and more dramatic when you are isolating vocals. Another 30% to the left and 30% to the right is a really dramatic push in the mix. So if you're quad tracking that, I love the supportive ones being 100. I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. Nothing wrong with that at all. That to me is perfectly valid. I would probably push. I'd probably push your main tracks because those are the meat of what you're hearing, right? The meat of what you're hearing is right there. Justin, thank you for the rose. The meat of what you're hearing is within 50% right here. And because they're within 50%, you're not getting the bulk of the guitar energy that you're feeling, and the mix doesn't really feel that open. It doesn't feel like it's pushed that wide. So I love supporting on the outside. Get the doubles probably still 80, 85, even 90 out there. And for one, that will give you some space for that lead to live a little bit more on its own. So when the high harmonics and leads come in, there's a ton more space in the middle of the mix for them to exist. So you regain some separation and clarity, as well as make the mix feel wider and a little bit more punchy. Yeah, bass stay centered always. Always. Especially in I say always, there's no rules. But bass right in the middle with most of your like kick and snare, like drum structure. Kick that right in the middle, make it nice and punchy. But yeah, I think for me, like drums and bass and vocals, clean as hell. Tonally and everything else, gorgeous. Positioning is the thing I would focus on. Let me get to the end, and then we'll go through the next song and see if it's kind of the same kind of a structure there. But that's what I would look at. Think of where you're when you're building this out. Think of where most of your energy is coming from. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Think of where most of your energy is coming from, and if kick and snare and vocals and layers are largely in the middle, and your biggest stack of guitars are fairly close to middle. They're 50%, but stacked out here, it's going to feel a little bit closer to middle and closer to mono. Then you actually have very little activity out here. You might have some drum overheads and your supportive guitars and some like reverbs, so on and so on. Like you might get a little bit of that in the on the outside, but the vast majority of the energy, drum structure, kick, snare, bass guitar, double tracked rhythms, lead vocal in its supportive screams and stuff like that. Most of those are in the middle. And so we're actually really not opening up too much. You open up a hair, dude, absolutely killer. That makes absolute sense. Everything of it that way. Yeah. It's again, like we talk about, like what's your non-negotiables and where should they be? Find that core and then fill in around those gaps, not the other way around. I'm accidentally paid twice for a skip. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see, Chris. Let me see. Oh, okay. So I see you, Chris Casale. That's you, right? Chris Casale. Yeah. See you walk down this one in front. Yeah. You're moved up. I mean, it's up to you. So there is an option through the platform, I believe, if you want to try to like refund it, and I can adjust it once I see a notification of that. Usually that only works after the live, I think, just because I've no control over the platform in that sense. But if you want to keep both of them there, it does move you up quite a bit. After Chase's song, that would put you up next, currently speaking, at least in the current lineup. So that does push you past like 6 other people if you want to keep it there. Obviously, that's up to you if that was an accident. But yeah, that probably just saved you like 3 hours on accident. So if that's helpful to you, we can keep it in there. Or if you want to save it for another live or something like that, I can do that as well. I'll do whatever makes sense for you. Okay, let's get into this next one really quick, Chase, and see if it's kind of the same structure, and then we'll get into these next songs here. Appreciate you, Chris, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the submissions either way. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate that a lot. Let's get into the second one from Chase really fast, and then we'll switch it up. We'll switch it up, switch up the vibes here a little bit. Let's see. All right, End of May featuring Nick Dearman. This one is a file. So is this one not complete? Let's see. Unfinished, no vocals past the second verse. Will be featuring another person in the final version. Okay, so we have another artist coming in here soon. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Let me get this downloaded. If you want to submit, everything is at the link in my bio. There is a free line right now that's stacked, I'll be honest with you. The free line is an up to 2-minute listen and a quick note. Right now we're on the consultation side, on the paid side. Those are 20 to 30-minute multiple listen, deep dive breakdowns of the structure of your music. Keep in mind, really quick, make sure y'all are following because I'm probably going to do a quick reset. I'm having some issues on my end on TikTok, so I'm still going to be live on Twitch and YouTube, but I'm going to do a quick reset after Chase's next song. So make sure that you're tapped in, and that reset quite literally will take hopefully like 30 seconds, and then I'll re-hop back on, but just you can look for my name in the lives at the top or whatever, and that way you can just hop straight back in. I just got to fix some little technical things and see kind of what's going on my end, and then we'll literally, after I close the live 30 seconds later, I'll hit reset. We'll dive back in. We'll be ready to go. But this is End of May, version 1 with vocals up until the second verse by Chase Samples, the artist we just heard. This is an unfinished song. And Katie and Demonik, thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate that. But yeah, just make sure y'all are locked in. That way, if you're submitting, you're not able to find me again or something like that. Okay, End of May V1. Let's get into it, man. Basically, what I'll look for is if some of the same things need to be applied to this production as well. Doesn't sound as evil. Let's go. Pros and cons. Pros and cons. Same, Marcus. Same. There's more of that width. Okay, cool. That's more of the wall that I'm looking for. I love it, Chris. I love it. Fantastic. Nice, clean lead. Nice. It's a great lead. Yeah, let's go, Chris. So I'm assuming this is going into second verse, no vocals here. My girlfriend would love it. Let's go. Let's go. Cliff, welcome in. Not past it. Okay, guys. And a new vocal will come on this hook as well. What a great melody, man. Yeah. Okay, but there will be another vocal here.
It comes with the promise, or at least
That's true. That's true, Chris.
never having access to that kind of depth of feeling again, which of course, in my experience, isn't true.
Love it, man.
In the moment,
Love it,
it
love it,
doesn't
love
really
it.
do much to relieve the pain. But the pain serves a purpose. It reminds us that we're human.
Just with that lead melody. That's such a good melody. Nice, nice. It's all dainty. I love it. I love it. I love it. Y'all show some love to Chase Samples. I know it's crazy. You hear this, in the I'm just like, oh, I love this. It's so pretty. It's so whatever. And then background is, it's like wild, absolute wild production. I love it. I love it. It's such a good lead melody right there. Okay, so I do hear a little bit of some of the stuff we were talking about in the last one. So I want you to kind of, we'll go back through it. We'll chop through some things, but I do want you to kind of copy and paste some of those things over here. There's a couple lines in here where I'm like, the main guitars feel a little bit small and they could be pushed out. They could be opened up. I know this is not finally mixed either because it doesn't even have all the vocals. So keep that, everyone keep that in mind as well. This is not a final mix in any way. So I know you still need to balance some things, but kind of like we were talking about before, keep in mind, like what is carrying the majority of the energy, make sure it has weight and then is supported and filled in by the other things, not the other way around. That way this still feels wide and heavy. Other quick note before we dive into it, so I can kind of bullet point before and move a little bit faster. Watch the high end specifically on the drums / drum bus, depending on how you're processing that. I think it's on the whole drum plugin, or maybe like if it's all in one track or if it's on a drum bus. There's a big high push at the top, so like 6K and above, 5K and above. It's pretty bright, almost brittle and abrasive in some parts. So I think if you can have a lot of high, so if it's already there, two things that could be helpful for it. One is to lightly saturate the top end as well, even just using like a free one, like Soft Tube's saturation knob, and just give it an edge, just an edge, not like to where it's crunching up and it's really breaking apart, but it'll help soften some of the top end shine that's kind of forcing itself through the mix right there. It's a little bit brittle, so in that case, just watch your EQ. If the EQ's pushed it all at 5, 6, 7K or more, plus, and it's pushing forward a little bit. Maybe tamp that down a little bit, get into your EQ and soften some of those high mids, soften some of those highs so it doesn't feel so brittle, in tandem to maybe tasteful saturation. Tasteful saturation of those highs will help naturally compress it, naturally open it up a little bit more, and give it some weight. It'll give it some harmonics and some body that will sound really good too. So it's not just like thin and bright and snappy, but it has a little more thickness to it. I thought of layering the cymbals with get good drum cymbals. Yeah, I mean, if you find like there's a better overhead structure, better cymbal structure, that's the only thing I would think about. Is like you're going to miss the cohesion sometimes of the overheads working together from one drum VST to the other in the way that they blend. Would be something that I would keep in mind if you're going to be processing through two different VSTs. But overall, just make sure that they're coming at you from the same place and they feel cohesive, they feel connected, and that they all feel the shows with. What's up, Danielle? What's up? How you feeling today? How you feeling? I missed my feedback was went wrong yesterday, but I got you, Anthony. I got you. What do you remember what you submitted? Was it a 10? I think it was a 10. I'm pretty sure it was a 10, but just let me know really quick, just to remind me. The shells with Oklahoma just hit. Yeah, they do hit hard. They do. So I don't want you to change too much. To be honest, I don't want you to change too much. I want you to keep most of your structure the same. Just watch the EQ. I got you. So Anthony, here's what I want you to do: resubmit the same track or whatever track, could be any track you want, but resubmit the track into the free line, and I'm going to boost you 15. So I'm going to add another 5 tiers to get you a little bit farther ahead. Thanks for waiting the other day. I appreciate your patience so much. I know. Every single day that we do these lives, it gets crazy. Today, to be honest, is a light day, and we have 32 submissions. So it's been anywhere from like 40 to 60 submissions a day. So I appreciate y'all's patience. I know it can take a long time, sometimes even multiple days. Chase is an example of this. Chase came in the other day. His he wasn't able to get heard in time, and then he came in today, and we were able to get it heard. So it always, sometimes it takes a little bit, but I do appreciate y'all's patience so much. Hopefully you get the value that you're looking for. That to me is what I want to do. No problem. I have to head to work. But let's see, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, 100%. So tomorrow afternoon, I'll be live again. Maybe even a little bit earlier. We'll see. But yeah, 100% tomorrow I'll be live for hopefully a good 4 or 5 hours. That's the goal. That's the goal. Can we send you a song? Yeah, absolutely. Everything's at the link in my bio. So yeah, save it up and just let me know. Same thing. Tomorrow, Anthony, when you're able to come in, submit your song into the free line. Let me know that you're here, and then I will manually boost you up to 15, give you the extra 5. That way you can hopefully get heard a little bit faster if that helps. But yeah, dude, of course, man. I'm gonna have half my fellow comment. Thank you so much, man. I mean, that's a lot of love, but I also want you to give yourself your own flowers as well, Chase, man, because you are the one utilizing your skills and utilizing what you're doing to push yourself forward. I can't give you the skill that you have. Hopefully, I can direct you and I can help you with understanding the language behind what you're doing better, so that you can keep polishing what you're doing. But man, you're the one making the music, man. You're absolutely crushing it. Ying Young, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Do you accept AI music? I wrote and produced. The whole thing is just AI vocals because I'm no singer. Yes, you can. When it's all AI, I don't prefer it because hopefully, as you can hear over the time of digging into these songs, we go into a lot of details. We go into a lot of nuance. We spend about 20 to 30 minutes a track. So if someone comes in and they just spit out a prompt and it's the whole song and that's all we're listening to, then I just don't have a lot of opportunities to direct you and help you and bring you value. And that's the whole point of this live stream, is to offer you as much value as possible. So, but if you are producing it, if you're like writing it and you're producing it and so on, and you just have filler vocals, that happens all the time. People come in with their productions with like AI vocals, and then they're looking to get a female vocal on there later, or another lead vocal over the top or something like that. Happens all the time, especially with DJs and like electronic producers and stuff like that. Marcus Gunner, just look up Torvik on Spotify. Depending on I have a bunch of random music on there. I haven't posted a song on there in like a year and a half. I just really don't get a chance to work on my music very much. But you could look up 17. I mean, there's a bunch of songs in there. Look up 17. Look up Paper Planes. Look up Happy Heartache. Look up whatever. I mean, there's a bunch on there. There's a bunch of Too High. Yeah, there's a bunch on there. There's a bunch on there. I have a bunch of old stuff. I got new stuff, but it's I wish I had more time and energy and like creative capacity to work on it. I don't get it. I post like a song every 2 years and that's it. But let's get into this last little section here really quick for Chase, and then we'll keep it moving. The whole thing just having fun of vocal. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, people do that all the time. So like I said, if it's from the ground up, then I don't prefer it because I can't offer what I'm trying. The whole point of this live stream. But if you're using it as a filler and there's other ways that you think I could be beneficial to you, ways that I feel like, or ways that you feel like I could bring you value and help you out as a second ear, just like a professional second ear on your music, then 100% send it in. I got you 100%. And I'm not going to like judge you for that. That's not what this live is about. I'm not here to like tear people down and roast them and make them feel bad about stuff. Like I don't care. I want you to be fulfilled with your creativity. And if you got to use some fillers, it's whatever. Thank you for the follow too. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get into this last section real quick. Yeah, a little shrill on the cymbals. So if you're able to suppress that there, or you want to replace those with something that has a little bit of a darker wash to it, it feels a little bit easier to listen to. For one, so that you just don't have to worry about it like stepping on the vocals, stepping on the layers, especially as you get a secondary one in here. The more that you can like open that up and leave some space for other things to exist, the more you'll also have room in those really wide stereo overheads that are really bright to push those guitars wider. Like we talked about with the previous record, open up the track, get it bigger, get it wider, get it, feeling like there's a bit more vibrancy to it. I think if you're able to do that, man, you're gonna be off to the races, man. I mean, the riffs are disgusting. They're so nasty. I love it. Like I love them so much, man. Your lead lines on here, especially that beautiful little melody right there. It is such a good, tasteful melody over the G sharp right there that just opens up the whole song. If anything, amplify that, make sure that that's prominent, support it with the vocal, man. You're going to be in a great spot. Y'all show some love to the family. JT, welcome in. Show some love to the absolute family. That is Chase Sample Music right here in the chat. Show them some love and support. Go stream. They have tons of music out there, reworking tons of music. They're working on new music going forward. They're doing so much. So please show them some love and support. Go stream their music. Go boost their algorithm. Follow them. If you catch him live, send them some gifts, send them money, send them whatever, send them food. I don't know. Just send them stuff. Show some love to the family when they get on the stage and they're doing their thing, man. Please show some love. All right, let's keep it rolling here. Okay, really quick. He's going to be live later, so make sure that you're following and tapping. You can hear some of what he's doing, but he's a monster guitarist. He's a phenomenal guitarist, so please definitely tap in with the family. Okay, we are, let me see. Yeah, it is. Yeah, everything that you hear of mine, Marcus, is all me. I've never worked with anyone else. So from production, musicianship, instrumentals, vocals, mixing, everything is it's all me, man. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thanks for saying that. Okay, I'm going to hop off for a second, y'all. I'm going to do a 30-second reset. I just got to deal with I got to switch something up here really quick. I'm going to do a 30-second reset, so I'm going to end the live. Now, we're still going to be live on Twitch and YouTube if you care about that. We're still there for the next 30 seconds, but I'm going to hop off of TikTok, and I'm just going to turn the live right back on. Right back on, okay? I'm going to hop off. I'm going to turn it right back on. So just make sure that you're following, especially Chris Casale, Chris, and then whoever sent in AI demo for musical I'm working on. That's the artist name that it has here, but whoever that is, Half of Me is the song, I'm guessing. So whoever that is, vendors in the building. Vendor, I see you. Thank you so much. Jay Moore, Demonik, I see you in there as well. Whoever's like coming up soon, make sure that you're following, because we are going to end and then we're going to kick back in. So I'm going to give it a second, and then Chris Casale especially, just make sure that you tap back in. You're going to be the next song that we hear as soon as we reset. So again, still live on YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to just hang out there for 30 seconds. Then we're going to kick it back in. But love y'all. Appreciate y'all a lot. We'll be back in quite literally like 60 seconds total by the time I end it and it kicks back in. All right, we'll see y'all in a minute. All right, and if you're still over on Twitch and YouTube, what's up? We're going to wait for 30 seconds. All right, I'm going to give it another minute, and then we will kickstart again. All right. Let's keep Sweetwater open there real quick, because I need to respond to that email later. And let's kick it back on TikTok. Let's go. Bring it down here. All right. All right, we're live again. We're live again over on TikTok. Let's see. Let's wait for people to show up, and then we'll go straight into Chris's track here in a moment. Badman's in the building. What's up, Badman? Welcome in. Dominic's in the building. Nathan, welcome in. Shane's in the building. Shane, welcome in. Marcus is back in the building. Let's go. Addie, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. You did miss it, Shane. You missed the whole thing. Yep, tap the screens. We are about to get rolling here. I'm just going to give it. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate it so much, Marcus. Thank you. Tap the screen, share out the live. Chris is in the building. Perfect. We're resetting. We're getting things flowing here. I'm going to wait just like 2 minutes. I'm going to wait like, two minutes here, and then we'll kickstart everything once again. So make sure y'all are liking the live, share the live. Don't forget to send your heart me, repost, all that fun stuff. It does help out the stream quite a bit. It just helps kind of wake up the algorithm a little bit. Michael's in the building. Welcome in, Michael. Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm just freestyling. I'm just messing around. Chaotic, welcome in. I was waiting for a couple things to happen. We just did a quick reset. We were on for like 2.5 hours or something like that. And then we just reset right now. So I just got back on the live. We're messing around. We're playing. I'm just making up some stuff really quick. And then we'll get started with the music here in just 1 second. But you can absolutely send in your music. You should add a piano track to the song. That is what I do for a living. That is actually what I do for a living, is add piano tracks to songs. That's a loose understanding of it. But yeah, I do session work all the time. In fact, I think you said you play harp. I might need you on some songs in the future. Amazing. I love harp. I was doing some session work and some collaborative production work for an artist in Nashville, actually also named Chris, I'm pretty sure. Okay, this was probably like 6 months ago. Anyways, but he was working on an album, so he brought me on. He brought me on to do an album with him to do some keys tracking for his country songs, and then do some collaborative. I was like helping him with his songwriting and like collaborative writing and stuff like that too, which was fun. Thanks, Chris. Dude, I randomly thought about you yesterday. No way. What's up? Thanks, Chris. Welcome in, man. I don't think so. I was like, wait, hold on. I don't think so. Can I send a Google link to the song? Yeah. So if you want to submit, if anyone wants to submit, what you're going to see is 2 lanes. You'll see a free line. That free line is up to 2 minutes to listen on the song and a quick note on it at the end. So that's a very, very fast movement right there. The bulk of what we're listening to right now is on the consultation side. The consultation side, those are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dives into the structure of your music. So those are long, they're detailed, they take a while, but the goal is to offer as much value as possible and really get into the details and the nuances of your music. Really quick before we dive into Chris's song, for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 years. And I'm also a classically trained pianist. So a lot of the structure of what we do is kind of pointed in that direction. This is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not even here to necessarily say if I like your song a whole lot. This is really about really getting into the nuances and the details of your music, offering specific and professional and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. I haven't shown anyone my music before, so I'm excited to see. I would love to. I'd be honored. That's amazing. I know this is a very vulnerable thing. It's that can be scary, but it's a very vulnerable thing. Marcus, thank you so much for the hand heart as well. I appreciate you a lot, man. Everything's at the link in my bio. So if you go to the link in my bio, that's where those 2 lanes are. You'll click on a submit tab, and then you'll see whether or not you want to go into the free line, which is pretty stacked right now. I think there's like almost 30 people there. So that's pretty stacked. Right now, we're only doing consultations at the top right now because that's who we have in line. And so you can kind of see where those are as well, and you can kind of put yourself wherever you want in those lines. So it starts at 10 for the consultation side. Those are the deep dives. And then oftentimes, though, people will send more if they want to go faster or they want to skip or whatever it may be. So that's completely up to you. There's no pressure or anything like that. It's completely up to you where you want to go and kind of how you want to address it. But that's all of that's at the link in my bio. Mossy Kid's in the building. What's up, Mossy Kid? Welcome in. Master E, appreciate you tapping in. I record in Nashville and bring people into Saxman Studios. I'd love to bring you in. Oh, dude, it'd be so fun. Let's get into it. Let's see what we're talking about here. My wife walked down the aisle. I haven't heard your music before, right? I don't think. But yeah, let me know. Unless I'm missing this name. Let me see. I have are you serious? 3, hold on 1 second. 3 times? Damn. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, okay, what have I heard? What have I heard from you? Because that's looking, I just went to your page. It's looking super familiar. I get so mixed up with names. It's brutal. It's brutal. But let's get into it, man. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. Let me pause this real quick. Yeah, let me know which one I heard of yours before. Because I would love to dig in. My wife walked down the aisle to this one Friday. I'd love to hear what we could do with my vocals to brighten up. Dude, I'm assuming that's saying you got married Friday. Is that what you're saying? that makes the most sense. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that the free line has about 30 people on it. The free line has about 30 people, so that's why and that's the 2-minute listen. That's why a lot of people end up submitting for the consultation, which is the deep dive. That's the long. That's the like long form detailed. Bonfire and wrong time guy seems super familiar. Is still unreleased legal. Okay, got you. Yeah, dude, congratulations, man. That's amazing. Congratulations. What a phenomenal thing, man. I wish y'all nothing but the best. Man. Thank you so much for sending this in, man. Just got married on Friday. It's fresh, amazing. My wife and I have been married for now just over 9 years. And it can be, I won't speak for everybody, but it can be an absolutely phenomenal partnership. So, man, wish you nothing but the best, man. Congratulations on the wedding, man. All right, let's get into it. This is Forever by Chris Casale right here. Q is deep, but it's only as deep as you want it to be. There is so what you can do, Marcus, if you want to skip for someone, we need to update it on the website. Victoria, thanks for the follow. We need to update it on the website. I haven't yet, but what you can do is, and I'll pull it up just in case, if y'all want to skip for someone else or like help boost people or give them a submission or anything like that, pull them out of the free line, whatever you want to do. You can go to the second tab for the submissions. So when you go to my link in my bio, you'll see another one that says like, let me double check, but it's something like skip the line or something like that here. Let me just double check really quick so I don't mislead you. Let me see. Mark Dale, welcome in. Let me see. And there you can submit to our own. Oh, add to your skip. I feel that so much. I feel that. Wait, where are you located? Where are you located if it's after midnight? Because you're 6 hours ahead. Let me see. We do even on the consultation side. Northern Ireland's amazing. I'm like, please adopt us. please. I need to get out of this hellhole. Okay. Okay, you can go to add to your skip. If you go to add to your skip, which is the second tab there, Marcus, that will bring up a tab where it's like the old submission form, but you can go to the normal payment methods there and then just send it to me and I'll manually boost them. Whatever you send, I'll pull it up and then I'll boost them whatever you send. If you want to do that. Obviously that's up to you. I'm only answering that because you said that as well. Keep in mind where the line is right now. So like we got Chris, we're diving into Chris's right now. That's 25. To go after, just so you're aware, you obviously, whatever you do, man, is incredibly generous, but just so you're aware, because I don't think the numbers are on there, to go after Chris is 25, just so you can kind of see where it's at. There's a 25, there's another 20, there's another 20, there's another 15. So there's still a fair amount of people on the consultation side, so you can kind of gauge where you want to go from there. But let's get it. This is Chris Casale. This is Forever. Let's run it from the top. And then Chris, of course, man, thank you so much for sending this in, man. I appreciate it a lot. But this, let me know if there's anything that you want me to focus on as far as the structure of this. I think you mentioned something about wanting to brighten it up. I think record it in Nashville and bring people in there. Let's bring all this one. Yeah, I think you said something right. I'd love to hear what you could do with my vocals to brighten them. Okay, got you. Let's run it. Let's run it from the top. Welcome in over on YouTube. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I had just turned 21. Looking for a hell of a night and a little bit of fun. I was kind of a runaway. Ain't it kind of funny how fast everything can change? 'Cause you pulled your chair right up next to mine, sang every word to Sweet Caroline, hair pulled back and them pretty blue eyes, winning me over, pulling me closer, talk to me slower, my heart's thinking sober. Can't wait for forever, walking down the aisle, dressed in white, will put a tear in my smile, on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart. Can't wait to make it that far, to my do, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't never gonna change. I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever.
Let's go, man.
months.
Beautiful.
But I knew that from hello on day one, my bank account seeing red. After asking her daddy about taking her hand, 'cause I knew it then, I know it now. She's everything I ever dreamed about. Can't wait for forever walking down the aisle, dressed in white, I'll put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart. Can't wait to make it that far to my do.
Let's
Like
go,
a
man.
tattoo.
Great
in
song,
her
great
face, but it
structure.
ain't never gonna change. I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever. Here comes my forever.
Mix on the production is great.
Song comes on. Here comes my bride. She's halfway there to the rest of our life. Here comes forever walking down the aisle, dressed in white, put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart. Man, I never thought I'd make it this far. My do, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't ever gonna change. I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever. Here comes my forever. Here comes forever walking down the aisle, dressed in white, I'll put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart. I can't wait to make
Thanks
it
for the
that
follow.
far to my do, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't ever gonna change. I can lean on whenever. For
Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio.
better. Here comes my forever. Here comes my forever.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. If you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Appreciate y'all so much. Appreciate y'all so much. But man, let's dive into it. Let's dive into it. Let's run it from the top. Production structure is beautiful. It's a really nice mix on the production structure as well. The only thing I want to focus on is actually the thing that you had in your note, which is vocal mix. Vocal mix to me is going to be kind of the determining factor of how much this song opens up, how natural and emotional it feels, how organic it feels, and obviously how much people can connect to it and relate to it. So that's the biggest thing that I want to focus on. To your note, your vocal is actually already really bright. It's pretty bright. There's some I think multi-band compression going on that's really snapping up the top end. Missing something to me and I can't put, yeah, I got you. So we can still address a couple elements in here. But it is as far as brightness goes, it's pretty bright as far as the balance of the mix goes. What is happening though is there's a lot of compression happening, a lot of suppression of pockets of frequencies. Why it feels like maybe a multi-band going on, like a C4 or something like that, multi-band in the background that's kind of restraining everything. So the vocal never quite feels like it just breathes and jumps through the mix and feels like open and lively. Because as soon as you start pushing, and even on the verses, it's so tight on the compression that even on the verses, the vocal feels like it's kind of being held back. It feels like it's really restricted. A couple things are happening as a manifestation of that, or as a result of that, which is one, that held back, restricted, kind of capped, squashed feeling. And the other is it's when you're so compressed but then pushed loud, you bring up all the low-level information in the vocal. So self-noise from the microphone, from the gear that you're using, noise in the room, whatever. So you have to gate and suppress noise quite a bit. And when you're doing that, the vocal has this kind of it's got this kind of brick wall, choppy feeling, even though the production's really organic and natural and simple. I can hear all of the processing happening on the vocal, if that makes sense. I can hear everything that's going on, and it makes it feel more digitally enhanced. It makes it feel more exaggerated in its processing, even though most of the structure of it, is, especially on the production side, is pretty mellow. It's pretty soft. It's pretty natural sounding. Mix on the production is beautiful. I really, really, really like it. So I'm going to start playing it again. We'll talk through a couple elements here that I would love to lean into. But for me, it's not even necessarily things that need to be actually added to it or like, shifted and bloomed kind of at the top end of the vocal. To me, it's actually other things in my personal opinion that need to be actually softened about your processing and need to be targeted manually that will actually bring that vocal to life and make it more transparent. Because right now I'm hearing the compression happening. I'm hearing the high push. I'm hearing like the auto-tune catch a note and change it and scoop it up. I'm hearing all these things, so it doesn't feel transparent. It's a beautiful song. You have great lyric structure in here, some really good like punchlines of it. The production is amazing. So for me, I would love a slightly more natural, transparent vocal, even if it's fully tuned, even if it's really compressed, a little bit more transparent. So let's talk about a couple of those details. But the song itself is beautiful, man. You have an amazing voice. Production sounds great. Writing is really nice. Like this is a great song. This is a song that could do well on social media. This is a song that could be played in people's wedding videos. You know what I mean? As it was a part of your day, it could be part of other people's days. Like that's a powerful thing to have. People are always getting married and remarried. So, you never know what kind of opportunities could happen, just because of your release of this song as well, especially to platforms and posting about it. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple of those details. So I kind of bullet pointed what I'm hearing, and then we can talk, of course, on how we can mitigate some of those issues. I love this production though, man. Love the production.
Yeah, I had just turned 21. Looking for a hell of a night and a little bit of fun. I was kind of a runaway.
So you can hear like right off the bat, the vocal's very da da da. It's way here. It's like right in front of you. All of like the low scoops of the vocal have been forced forward, right? So the natural scoops, like the low scoops, was looking for all those low natural scoops, all of your low vocal fry and like inflections with the vocal, they've all been like forced up into this little box of compression right here. So the low stuff has been pushed, high stuff has been suppressed down. So your whole vocal feels really, really boxed in to this right here. And there's no movement of the dynamic. So if you get quieter, it's forced way up here. If you get any louder, it forces it to sit down, right? So there's no room for that vocal to breathe. So you don't get any of the natural, I was looking for, you don't get any of like the natural like energy that scoops into that vocal. It's all very, very forward in the mix. So one of the first things that I would do is loosen your compression threshold by a tasteful amount. Sevi, I'll be on for maybe another hour or two, something like that ish. Loosen up the threshold on your compression. That way your vocal is not being forced down and forced forward so much, but allow a little bit more of your natural vocal to come through before it forces it back in the mix. And if that makes it feel more mellow, then you can start to brighten as necessary. If that, if you need some high-end saturation, you can address that. If you want a little bit more air, you can address that. But start by making sure your natural dynamic range feels more natural, and we're not hearing that compression yank the vocal back, and we're also not hearing it push forward everything. Every breath, every little mouth noise, every little like quiet moment of your vocal is pushed forward in the mix. If you can loosen that threshold a little bit, it's going to soften the performance of the vocal so much and give it so much more space to actually build in the song. That's one of the first things that I hear is it's forced forward and it's making it sound more abrasive. It's making it sound too strong for the production that we have so far.
Ain't it kind of funny how fast everything can change?
Okay, and I'll move pretty quick because most of these I think we can bullet point fairly quickly. One of the other things that I would do, because I'm really not too mad at the EQing of the song. It actually feels pretty bright to me, but I think that bright vocal just isn't really made allowed to come forward, right? So it's a pretty bright vocal. It just doesn't have any room to jump into the mix. So I think loosening your compression is going to definitely help with that, especially over multiple stages of compression. The other is I would definitely manually tune your vocal. You have an awesome voice. You're very, very talented. I love what you're doing. You're a great writer, and obviously you can sing. That's not in question. Every once in a while, though, and this happens all the time, like auto-tune is just correcting to the closest semitone, right? And there's 50 cents in there. So it's just correcting to the closest one. So every once in a while, if this is a note right here and this is a semitone below, this is melodined. Okay, if it's melodined, it's still auto-tuning to other notes. So make sure that the melodyne is correcting to the intent, not just to the scale and just like turn to where it's just putting it exactly in the box manually, but that it is to the intended note. Because what you're going to hear is I still hear it correcting down between a couple notes before you hit the intended one. So what's happening is like it's technically like locked into its note, but you're trying to hit a note that's above it. So when your voice is reaching for this note, it's kind of still modulating between a lower note on there as well. So let me back it up here a little bit.
Ain't it kind of funny how fast that
So kind of funny, you hear that? I'm gonna exaggerate it with my voice, but the kind of da da da. You hear that like dip in the vocal right there? That happens every like 10, 15 seconds through the song. There's a little moment like that where we need to fine tune the da 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 da. That little pocket right there of movement, we need to make a little bit more defined so you don't get da 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 da. Those little dips in modulation right there. Might take a few hours. Yeah, I didn't know if anyone was gonna actually push it today, but hopefully tomorrow. No worries at all. No worries at all. We got a ton of music in the line right now. I understand, especially in the free line, which I think is where yours is. There's a ton of songs over there. So we will be live again tomorrow. So probably tomorrow around 2 p.m. Central-ish, something like that. Maybe a little bit earlier, but yeah, about 2 p.m. Central, I'm assuming. So just make sure that y'all are following. We'll open up the lines again, and obviously the earlier that you come in then, the sooner you'll be in that line, because it does stack up pretty quick. I understand 100%. What is that in UK time? I'm Central. So I'm not positive. You'd have to look it up. I don't know it off the top of my head. But it'll be probably early afternoon Central. I think you said it's midnight. So I think you're 6 hours ahead. So it'll be 8 p.m. for you. If it's 2 p.m. here, if it's 2 p.m. there, I think it'll be 8 p.m. for you. It's almost one. Yeah. So yeah, I think you're 6 hours ahead. So yeah, if I get on at 2 p.m., it'll be about 8 p.m. If I get on 3, it'll be about 9, something close, something like that. Yeah, I think so. Is 1:40 for me? Jay, y'all making me do a whole lot of math right now. So yeah, it'll be, I think about 9 p.m. for you. Hold on. Yeah, I think I'm like, man, I'm in music mode trying to do algebra here. Not really. But yeah, I think it'll be 9 p.m. for you too. I appreciate y'all. Okay, let me get into this section here too. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm taking notes as well to talk. Yeah, 100%. I got you. I'll bring, and thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. I'll draw your attention to a couple times that it happens. And the reason why I care about this so much, and obviously is the reason why you do as well and should, is because you want it to be really defined, what people are singing in your song, right? So me as the audience, me as the consumer of your music, what melody am I singing, and how obvious is it that that's the melody that I should be singing? True. That's kind of what I'm looking for, is like, okay, if these melodies shift too much or they're inconsistent when they come in or whatever it may be, it's harder for people for the first time listening to the song to like grab onto it, to learn it, to express it. So that's why those little details, although very minor details, they kind of have a big impact, because you are, as the lead of the song, as the top line of the song, you're telling people what they're singing. You're telling people what you want the song to be. So if there's inconsistencies in that at all, then it can be that much more challenging for people to learn it, for it to be catchy, for it to be sticky. So that's kind of what I'm listening for.
everything can change, cause you pulled your chair out of next to me.
Most of these are really nice. But I think if you fine tune those notes, you can probably bring up like your flex tune and your humanizing another 10% too. I don't know where those are set for you, but they seem fairly low. You're catching a lot with a quick-ish retune speed, which I don't mind. My auto-tune is it's a stylistic choice, right? But I would love to soften it slightly. For one, the better, more consistent manual placement where those notes are happening, and then maybe softening some of the retune speed. So when you're scooping notes, it's not trying to correct it. That's the other issue, is when you're you're trying to scoop into notes when it's trying to like correct it to notes that aren't really supposed to be corrected, right? They're just, you're trying to scoop into a note, but it's like correcting it down and then trying to jump up a note, but you're just trying to get into that note in a really natural way. So softening your retune speed down another 10 milliseconds, flex tune up a little bit, humanize up another 10%. And also maybe even turning down the mix, the sensitivity of autotune can be helpful as well. So if your sensitivity is at 100%, on autotune, it is going to look for and grab every note that it possibly can and try to tune it to the settings that you have. If you lower that to like 60, 50% or something like that, it's going to let a little more through naturally before it tries to grab it and correct it. And especially if you do that with a little bit better manual tuning control, I think your vocal will sound more natural while still being corrected. Still, I still want a compressed vocal. I still want a corrected vocal, a tuned vocal. I just don't want it to be so obvious that I'm hearing it fighting that tuning, or I'm hearing it like force itself into the notes, because then I hear the tuning and I hear like that mistake more than I'm like hearing you in the message in the song. And of course, this is a message forward, emotion forward song, and I want that to be the main thing that people experience.
Mine, saying, winning me over, pulling me closer, talk to me slower, my heart's thinking sober. Can't wait for forever.
Man, production is beautiful.
Dressed in white, I'll put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart.
I mean, it's a great hook, man. It's a really beautiful hook.
Can't wait to make it that far to my do, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't never gonna change. I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever.
There's a little bit in there. Da-da-da-da-da. Would love to lock that into that, you know, that key right there. Especially because it's like your punchline here at the end.
It's been an easy 6 months, but I knew that from hello on day one. My bank account seeing
Great voice, though, man. Which is why I want more of it to come through. Like it's such a good voice. It's such a good structure. I want it to shine. I want it to not guess it'll be a perfectly natural vocal, but like I want it to shine more naturally and not feel like it's forced into the mix, because you don't need to. You're not competing with a lot, right? I mean, you got some fiddles, we got some double tracked acoustic guitars and some light drums in the background, mallet cymbals and stuff like that. But you're not competing with a lot, so you really don't need to force that vocal over the top. We can keep it a little bit more like balanced and natural, and it'll still shine beautifully over the top of the mix.
After asking her daddy about taking her hand.
And Chris, I got you as well. Other Chris.
She's everything I ever dreamed about. Can't wait for forever walking down the aisle. Can't wait to make it that far. To it may fade.
I'm gonna get in the B section here.
I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever.
Now that's a strong line right there. The first time we go through, there's a little bit of that shifting in pitch, right? And then we finally latch onto the note. This one right here, it's punchy. Da, 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 da. Super locked in, really well expressed. Like, awesome. This one's perfect.
Here comes my forever.
Here.
For worse or for better. Here comes my forever.
Loosen it up and like actually spreading it out, like having waiting another 4 counts right there. Is that what you're talking about?
Here comes my forever. The song comes on. Here comes my bride. She's halfway there to the rest of our life.
Yeah, you can feel how forced forward that is right there. It's got all this kind of potential energy to it, softening that, loosening it a little bit, higher threshold, more natural expression of the vocal there. This is a really, really nice song with so much potential. So much potential, man. I mean, you're doing you're doing a great job. You're doing a fantastic job. I don't want you to worry too much about this. I just want to open up the vocal structure a little bit more, and you're going to be in a great spot, man.
Here comes forever.
You have some good space here too. So you don't want to have too many predictable space holds and stuff like that through most of the song here. You do have a couple different pockets in here where you do operate with some great space, a little 4 count release before you tag or before you go back to the hook. So you have some fair amount of dynamic range and space in the song.
Down the aisle, dressed in white, put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm.
I love the low octave too.
Mama's heart. Man, I never thought I'd make it this far. My do, like a tail.
Now, I would love, last thing here, and this is obviously completely up to you if you have the capacity to add this, would love, to me it almost feels like a necessity, but love some harmonies on this song. It's a great voice. The production sounds gorgeous. It's spotless. I love it so much. I would love a 3rd note harmony, at least on some accents on the hook. Maybe you open up the verse a little bit more, but I'm craving some harmonies, whether it's your vocal or like another female vocal, BGV in the background to give us some 3rd note harmonies on the outside of the mix. There's harmonies on the full. Okay, got you. Okay, that makes sense. It would, to be honest with you, even on the acoustic record, like even on this more simplistic record, it'd be nice to have that in there because it still obviously it keeps it feeling pretty simple, but it wakes up the hook so much.
Tattoo, it may fade, but it ain't ever gonna change.
He removed them. I wouldn't put them back. I mean, yeah, I mean, everyone has different, you know, expectations and a different thing they want happening in the song. But to me, I would love some harmonies in there. I need them. It's like when I'm hearing this here,
Here comes my prayer to
Go to
the
the
rest
hook.
of our life. Here comes forever walking down the aisle, dressed in white, put a tear in my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart.
So, like, right here.
Man, I never thought mama's heart.
Hold on.
Man, and my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's heart.
you hear that? From my mama's, right there. From his mama's heart. It corrects up, down, and then scoops to the next note. It's so subtle, but even with it's very, very subtle. But even with auto-tune, it makes the vocal feel out of tune because chromatically it's correcting up to a note, a semitone above, down to the correct note, and then back up to the next note that you hit. It's so subtle, but it makes the voice, even with a fair amount of auto-tune on it, feel out of tune, strangely enough, because it's like chromatically correcting that note up for a moment. That's why we need to bum, ba, da, da. Like it needs to be like locked into that scale on Melodyne, right? To like make sure that that even because sometimes what'll happen, it's like half the note is up. It'll be kind of positioned like this, and you need to almost like chop this note. It'll separate it and then drop it down into Melodyne. Like Melodyne's kind of weird like that, but it helps to actually like cut the note in half. You'll see it actually push up a semitone on the blob on Melodyne. Once you chop that note where it's correcting or it's overcorrecting to the semitone above, drop it back down, or you can double click it and it'll recenter. Drop it back down into the mix and then smooth it together. And that'll keep everything like really, really connected. Because you can hear right here, it's so subtle. It's so subtle.
Hearing my smile on her daddy's arm with her mama's.
It's a little scoop right there, and that's what makes it feel out of tune. Those are those little moments that I want to correct, just because they're so subtle, but they have a pretty big impact on how you feel with that vocal, how consistent that vocal feels. And so when we go into a second part of the hook right here, which I love, I mean, it's a good low moment, it's low dynamic range. When we go into the second part of the hook right here, this is where I need some harmonies.
Heart, man, I never thought I'd make it this far. My do, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't ever gonna change. I can lean on whenever, for worse or for better. Here comes my forever. Here comes my forever. Here comes forever walking down the aisle, dressed in white. I can't wait to make it that far. To my new, like a tattoo. It may fade, but it ain't never.
Whatever. I don't know the words, right? But you get the idea of the dun 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 dun. Having the third harmony right there just as an energy in the song. To me, even if it's incredibly subtle and it's like back and it's darker and it's warmer, it offers so much to the song. It offers so much to the song that if you had that vocal in there, I'd bring it back. If he removed them, be like, hey, I really like the harmonies over the hook at least. Over the hook, I really like the way the harmonies feel. Let's just suppress them. Let's pull them back in the mix by a couple dB. Maybe darken them up so they're not too obvious, but they exist there. I would bring them back if they were there at least on the hook. At least on the hook. But man, y'all show some love. Chris Casale, I love what you do, man. This is a good reminder of what your vocal does, man. You have a great voice. It's a great song. It's catchy. You have beautiful melody structure. Like, these melodies are so locked in. What's up, D-Busy? These melodies are locked in. They're absolutely gorgeous. So for me, this is largely going to come down to more transparent, still very processed, but very transparent processing on your vocal mix to connect it to the rest of your production structure. That's kind of what I'm looking at, right? Because your production is so warm and natural and beautiful and wide and energetic. Give me those Melodyne notes again. The one that I was hearing, like the actual notes. Let me see. And what are you using to stream? In what capacities? For audio or for video? I'm streaming from OBS. I have TikTok. OBS and TikTok Studio. Wait. Can you give me those Melodyne? Why is my brain not coming? Maybe my brain is shutting down. I think we were talking about chopping it. I do play piano. Boom. You're talking about like having to chop the notes and readjust them. Is that what you're talking about? I think that was one of the main things is when that note is coming in, like when the note comes in too sharp and you have to chop it and bring it down. Is that? On your the auto-tune, on the auto-tune side. I got you. Yeah, on the auto-tune side. So once you go in and make your adjustments on Melodyne, on the auto-tune side, once all of that's perfect, right, and it feels really seamless, I would probably lower your retune speed lightly. So I would probably lower, let's say I'll make up a number, but let's say it's at 20 milliseconds, right? Lower your retune speed to about 30. I don't know where your flex tune or your humanizing adjustments are and those parameters are, but they feel a little bit low. I would probably increase those. What that will do is it'll allow more natural vibrato in. It'll allow a more seamless transition between the notes without catching. So a little bit slower on your retune, about 5 to 10 milliseconds from wherever you're at. So if you're at 20, maybe drop it to 30. If you're at 15 or if you're at 25, drop it to, keep it around, a little bit lower. Increase by about 10 points or so on, 10 points is increase your flex tune and your humanize. And then if it still feels like it's catching too much, and this is up to your ears, right? In your engineer's ears. If it's still catching too much, then lower the mix. So like at the top, let me pull up, I don't have any auto tune. Let me see. Let me pull up an auto tune real quick so I can see where exactly the parameter is. Oh yeah, at the top. So at the top as well, there's the tracking. The tracking is the mix that I'm talking about. If that tracking at the very top is at 100%, it's going to be really sensitive to every change in your note, right? So if it is, again, it's like looking for notes that you're hitting and trying to grab them and tell them to sit down and be in this pitch on autotune, right? So if your tracking is at the very, very top, right? If it's at 100%, it's going to be incredibly sensitive to every change in your note. If you lower that a little bit, it'll let a little bit more like through. It'll let more of those natural scoops happen before it tries to correct a note. It'll let it come through a little bit more transparently because it's not searching for every possible modulation and pitch. It's not searching for every possible change in your vibrato to like grab it and tune it. You know what I mean? If you lower that tracking, you lower the sensitivity, it'll allow that vocal to like settle a little bit without feeling too crazy. Do I sell pianos? No, I sell piano services. So I work as a session musician. So people, these are just all, if you're talking about these, it looks like I'm in Guitar Center or something like that. But these are just all my synths. I've got a whole bunch of them in here. So I don't sell these. Well, sometimes I do, and I buy more. But these are people hire me to play synths. They hire me to play piano and keys and stuff like that. And these are just some of them that I have here. You can sell it for the right price, maybe, because I'm getting some new ones in here. So whenever I get these, whenever I get the new ones in here, I will probably sell. Like I'm probably selling this Insonic. It's like an early '90s like rompler kind of sampler piano with a sequencer. It's an old Insonic, but I love it. I mean, you can shoot me a message. Shoot me a message. You just have to pay. I don't know where you're located. Depending on where you're located, it'd be probably, shipping can be really. These are heavy. These are super heavy sometimes, especially the vintage ones. They're like metal frame vintage keyboards, and so if you just have to pay for shipping and stuff like that. But dude, of course, Chris, man, I appreciate you so much. Man. Thank you for so much for sending that in, man. I appreciate it a lot. What's your favorite synth you got there? It's so hard because I use them. The reason why I have these synths is I use them for very particular reasons. So one of my favorites is this one right here. That's a Juno 106. It's like from 1985. That Juno 106 is probably, all of y'all probably have plugins of it. It's great. I have plugins of it too. That's probably one of my favorite. That's one of my dream synths that I got in here. That one's probably one of my favorites for what the Juno does. My next favorite is probably the one right underneath it. The one underneath it is the DX7. It's an old Yamaha DX7 from I think the serial number, it's like 1984. I love that one for what it does. But that to me is, the Juno doesn't do anything that the DX7 does, and the DX7 doesn't really do much that the Juno does, and so I have them for those reasons. So they're my favorites for what they do. And then I love the Poly D too. It's a Mini Mo clone at the top. I love that thing. I think that thing's fantastic as well. And I have some more on the other side of the room here too that I love. And I love this. Like, to be honest with you, this is one of my favorite synths too. Like, this thing is cheap and dirty and sounds terrible. Sounds absolutely horrible. I love it so much, but it's perfect for what it does. It's an old SK, also from the 80s, old SK1. It's an old sampling keyboard, so you can actually like record your voice. So I could like plug a guitar or a mic into it and like record a sample into it and then play that sample. It was one of the first early like digital sampling synthesizers, and they used to just sell them at Sears for like $100, and now a good condition one's like $200 or $300. But those are awesome. So if I need a gritty old like 8-bit nasty 80s sound, that's great for that thing. Would I want that in like a modern, EDM record or modern pop record? Probably not. I'd probably go for the Poly D or the Juno or some. I have a Pro 1 or Pro 800 up here as well. Those do great for stuff like that. But it's, I have all of them for very, very different reasons. Yeah, I do like electronic music. Big fan. Big fan. I mean, some of my favorites, like I like synthwave a lot too. That's kind of the space that I live in. But like, so I love 80s synths and stuff like that. But I love like Adriatic. I love Kavinsky. I like Time Cop 1983. I mean, there's a lot of bands in that space, but yeah, I mean, Adriatic and Kavinsky are two of some of my favorite producers. I love what they do. I absolutely love what they do. But let's keep it rolling here. DX7 is so good at protecting your virginity. Yeah, unfortunately that didn't work for me. It didn't do the trick. It didn't do the trick. If I would have had it before, probably. We have, okay, I don't know who AI demo for musical I'm working on. Let me know who that is, because I don't have an artist name on the chat. Yeah, if you would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. Let me refresh over here real quick. Yeah, I'm going to start. Imagine this. I start talking about operators. I'm like, okay, it has 6 operators, but here's what you really need to know. The menu diving is going to be your biggest pain point in finding and manipulating these and it was just just game over. Game over. You know what I'm saying? I totally fell asleep to remember you the other night, but like, I'm sorry, Gray. It's all it's all up on YouTube. Check it out on YouTube. I got you, man. We kept going. Because I thought you were still here. But yeah, it's all up on YouTube. It's all up on YouTube. Okay, I don't think they're here. Vendor, Marcus, you're in the building. I just saw you. Let me just double check really quick. Don't know if you heard this, but work in progress and appreciate your feedback. You're so good. Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate you so much, man. I appreciate you so much. Let's run it, man. This is Interface by Vendor, which is Marcus Gunner right here in the chat. Let's run it. Let's run it. Open up the Dropbox. Boom. Anything you want me to focus on, let me know. I haven't heard this, but I love it already. Professional is so subjective and overrated, might I say. I like the drums. Oh, you know what I want to hear on here? I want to hear some Mellotron on here. Give me a sec. This is beautiful. I love it. I'm going to pull up a Mellotron because it needs it. We need some Strawberry Fields. We need some Strawberry Fields. Some wobble.
Just might be.
It sounds like Joe. I don't know if you know Joe. Maybe we've talked about them, but I like this vibe. This is killer, Marcus. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Yeah. I think, yeah. I love this so much, man. I love this so much. It's great. Yeah, we can open it up. We can open it up. Matt, don't say it, Magic. Don't say it. Don't say it. Some of this we can open up in the mix 100%. This is awesome, though. I really, really enjoy this. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Y'all show some love. Man, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this record. This to me, I think is one of my favorite. I've heard a couple, 3 or 4 songs from you now. I think this might be one of my favorites from you. This is the one that I feel like I can see the music video. I can see the band. I can see the part of a movie or a show that it's in. This to me, like, visually really comes to life. And I feel like it is. You're on the right track. You're on the right track with this, with this one, man. This is really, really cool. So, okay, let's. So the one thing that I think I wanted to have is Mellotron. I'm just using Arturia's. I like it. It's good. I'm curious how it sounds from the top. So I'm gonna play a couple things just to see how it fit in there. But what I love about this is you have this really nice, tight, kind of like 60s dead feel to a lot of some analog synths, some tight dead drums, chorus guitars. It has this great 60s feel to it that I'm obsessed with. Love it. I think it's fabulous. And so I would love to introduce more of that. Obviously, one of the Swimmy. One of the things, obviously, the Beatles popularized was the original Mellotron. They were the first to really bring it to life and use it in a song, where they literally were, like, when you open up those original Mellotrons, there were individual tape samples of those sounds in every key placement of it. It was like the original individual, sampler, right? Where they had literal tapes that they inserted to play that sample of that flute on a loop per note of there. It's just, what an amazing, phenomenal instrument. They're so cool. I love the Mellotron so much. I've been using it a lot lately. And this is, to me, needs some, don't ask, Marcus, don't ask, don't, he doesn't need trap hats. It doesn't need a filtered voice moment. It doesn't need trap hats. It's stupid. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details. God damn it. You hear that early tone on the reverse right there with the modulation? That little modulation, right? That reminds me, you might already have something similar to a Mellotron in there, but that little movement right there is what I was like, immediately is like, oh, we need a Mellotron in there.
In my sea, dreaming of someone.
It's beautiful.
Only follow, eye for eye, you're falling on your nose.
Just that. Just like that little bit. It's just barely there.
You're only one. Can I be strong, stand in the way for what is coming on?
So that's what I want. Hold on. Jesus, hold on. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Sorry, Pro Tools started playing randomly. That's beautiful. Let me back it up. Myself is great. Myself is a great answer. So here's what I love to listen to when it comes to like where you add things in production, stuff like that. Listen for your instincts. I think your instincts are like I mean, not always. Sometimes we need to work on our instincts and like train our ear to have better instincts. But when it comes to a lot of what you're doing in the background of the song, I love it. So you already have some. There's already a little synth in the background that's doing that. Like it's a beautiful little thing in the background. Your instinct on those early progressions and those early melodies are absolutely beautiful. Love them. Chef's kiss. Keep them all there. I think those are fantastic. So now what we can do is like look for your instincts for melody and let's start to complement them. It's like, oh, that's a beautiful little melody here. And let's complement it. A little bit. And you hear the little bells or, you know, that little synth in the background. Just follow some of those melodies in the background really, really subtly and just complement some of the other things that are there. If you can just kind of get in and complement these other elements that are happening, it's going to sound gorgeous. It's going to sound absolutely, absolutely beautiful. So I don't think this needs a lot. I think you can take what you have and accent it and complement it and tighten it up a little bit, and you'll be gold and you'll be ready to go. Okay, let's get a little deeper. Enough of the mellotron, although I love it. Like when I hear that, it just needs that little bit of like flutter in there, and it'll open up like crazy. I love it. I love these, like, there's like filtered, there's so many interesting things in your sound design that make me so happy just as a musician, as a producer. It's so fun to listen to. I mean, now you have like filtered timpanis in the background that are being pitched down in between. Like, I love, love, love your sound design. Your productions are so cool. That's perfect. That's perfect. And you know what's fun is like that's what every great producer will tell you, funnily enough. And I know there's some practical things you can improve on, sure. Like we all can, right? Like none of us know what we're doing. Like, you know, talk to like not talk to, but, you know, watch videos of like Ryan Tedder or Benny Blanco or Phineas O'Connell, like these people that are like prolific songwriters and prolific producers. And they'll tell you that, one, build as many skills. Yeah, call them up really quick and ask them these questions. Build skills that you can rely on so that accidents happen better. That's the horrible way of phrasing that. You get the idea though, where when you build really good skills and you just know that you can kind of do anything and your skills are in a place where you're like, yeah, I can come up with a bunch of random sounds. You are more likely to come across happy accidents that are really interesting and really organic. And they sound really amazing in a mix because you have the ability to actually call ideas out and actually make them happen. You're like, yeah, let's actually, you know what? Let's like run the whole background drums through like a distortion pedal really quick. You know, like, oh, actually, I know we have like a piano over there. Let's mic up that piano and let's like send it through like a chorus pedal for our guitar and just like see what happens. And then you do it and like these accidents happen of like really, it starts feeding back like crazy because like the delay, you turn up the feedback for the delay and it starts going, it starts going crazy with like this horrible feedback loop. And like, dude, just hit record and you start recording that and that becomes like the whole outro in your transitions for the song is this like tape echo, like space echo, delay feedback that's like increasing leading into your hooks every time. And you cut it every time the drums happen. Like those happy accidents for me are so interesting. So not knowing what you're doing is part of the fun. When you don't know what you're doing and you make stuff that at least sounds this good, I think you're 100% on the right path to becoming like a really, really good producer and a really, really good writer. Because you're not too tied into like, well, does this theoretically make sense? Like as someone who does know music theory and was like trained in music theory, like music theory gave me language to the things that I was doing, but it is not the thing that necessarily dictates what I do, if that makes sense. So like not having all of the engineering language and not like knowing everything about music theory and you're like, I don't know if this works, or why it works necessarily, is not the thing that matters the most, right? Like as much as I can like rely on interesting things that I know because of music theory and like training in piano and stuff like that, does not mean that it's like the thing that I go to. It just gives me language for it. I'm like, oh, because I know that this like random, like, ooh, I played that and I really, really liked it. the only thing that's like a benefit for me is because I know that it's the 7th, I can go to this synth and this synth and this synth and the acoustic guitar and complement the melody with the 7th, knowing what it is. But it doesn't mean that like coming up with this took all of this like theory. I'm like, oh, let's do a G major 7th because that's going to be a great like tonic or whatever. Like that to me is far less of what matters. So just keep doing what you're doing. Keep executing, and gaining language over time for what you're doing is helpful. It's also just helpful in your ability to communicate it to other musicians and other people. But the thing that I want you to focus on, man, is just understanding more of what you're doing and applying it consistently over time, man. You're awesome. You're awesome at what you do. So trust that instinct. That instinct is just as valuable than of any other piece of like theoretical information. I have not. Okay. Okay, structurally here. So here's one thing really, really quick that I would love to hear. Let me hear where this goes. This middle pocket right here, I do think needs a hook, and maybe you already have this, or maybe you didn't want one right here. I'm just letting you know. You have a long tail after your ending lines of the first verse, of and then we close for like the next like 2 measures, I think, go by after that. Joshua, thank you for the follow. So we finish that last line. Yeah, right. And so what I would love is for this and this to be like a 2-part hook, like an A and B hook, right? So if you're here, back, verse, right here, boom, whatever. I'm mumbling, making up melodies, but you get the idea of use this breakdown as like the start of your hook, and then use the second part of it as the repetition of your hook right there, and then build more lyric structure there that's like solid, it's consistent. I appreciate you. It's solid, it's consistent, it gives you kind of some meat right there, because what it's going to do is it's going to end your verse really lightly with a repeated line, go straight into a strong hook, and I know you got a strong hook in there. You just got to flesh it out a little bit, and you're going to go straight, no breaks, right? Straight from there, boom, straight down into like a 1 measure hold, and then boom, right back into a strong second verse, straight back into another strong hook. I think having that hook and then familiarizing yourself with it and putting it in multiple parts of the song is going to completely change the way this song feels, man. Completely change it. Because I'm loving your verses, but some of what you're missing, like you said, I feel like it needs something, right? I feel like it needs it. For me, it just needs that moment of pop. Higher vocal range, burst of energy, back down to boom, 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 nice and light and mellow and easy, and then little burst of energy over the hook. Yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I'm happy to help, man. Happy to help. If you do, that's very kind, but I don't want you to worry about that. So finish up this verse here, and then. Like this would be hook right here. I'm making up that melody again, right? But this is where I would push again to the hook. And honestly, I would maybe structurally, this is obviously completely up to you. I would maybe want to go straight into a full hook here and not bring it back down. I think if you bring it back down, we keep kind of robbing ourselves of momentum in the song. First part, perfect. When you go to that after the first verse and we bring it down and then go up, beautiful, love it. On the second verse, I think it's probably better to just go straight up into another hook right there so that we don't keep pulling people back from the momentum and the climax of the song. Like we keep kind of restraining and coming back again. So I would probably go like drums right off the verse here. Can I wait for what is going on? What is going on? 3 drums in. Whatever, okay, and build it up here, but have drums in the. Have all of that boom. like all of this, keep this in the whole time right here. So it's a bigger hook than the first one. And then this would be like post hook now. Like a bridge. This would be like your bridge here. You can keep this as it is. And where you're feeling like you need more, I don't even think is necessarily in the music and in the instrumentation. I think it needs to be balanced and mixed and maybe positioned better. Sure, add the mellotron, please. Or whatever, stuff like that, right? You can mix this a little bit better and we can balance the vocals here. But I think you just need structure and a stronger vocal lead. That to me is kind of where you're at. So if you go verse, you might want to change the chords here because this changes to a different hold. It goes to the 1. It goes to the G major in this instance instead of the C. The C like C7 right there. So you might want to go here to the C. Whatever melody, right? Like go to the original progression there for the hook so that it can be a hook for you instead of changing chords if you feel like it. And then you do your next big hook and then go to a bridge right here. Once you have a strong hook there, it won't feel as instrumentally open. It'll actually feel like a stronger record. Like start to finish, there's not as many gaps. There's not as much dead space. There's not like this like lag in energy when we keep restraining or just keep finishing a vocal to go to an instrumental. Like it keeps the energy of the song forward while still being very chill, very mellow, very dry. And I think that for me is what's going to be like impressive about the song is it's like good, contextual lyric structure that feels interesting and it's good storytelling, all while like the song keeps pushing. It keeps moving along. I'm so glad. Midnight, thanks for the heartbeat. Appreciate you so much. Welcome in. And honestly, gonna toss this out here. I wouldn't mind if we do a big hook, a nice little kind of bridge, or like an instrumental outro with you doing ad-libs, right? So this part here. If you're doing those high vocals, maybe like you do a big hook, you go straight into those high vocals, but that's kind of your outro. Those are kind of like your ad-libs and your tag at the end of the song. Personal preference, you don't have to do this because obviously it's your song. I would like to end on this next little break right here, just with the low E minor, boom, and then resolve on the C7 right there, and then keep it down instead of going back into it. Obviously completely up to you, but we already have a lot of dynamics. It saves you like 30 seconds. Now the song is like 3 minutes and 15 seconds versus 3:50, closer to 4 minutes. It just consolidates a little bit. So if you're here, I love the change in progression here. So if you just, you wait for me, all of these songs of song. And it just like ends there, or even dry, but like, wait for me, and that's how it resolves. It gives huge dynamic to just like strip the whole thing down to like just piano, right? Like just crazy big dynamic. The drums are going, guitars are in, and then just wait for me. It's like super simple, super dry, and you just end on the vocal with the C major 7 on the bottom, and then the song just mellows out. Like for me, lyrically, once we get more of your lyrics in here, I think it's going to be great. Emotionally, it takes me way more. Thank you for the follow. It takes me way more on a ride. Where like I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat following the song because it has such peaks and such valleys. You're pulling us along instrumentally. It's beautiful vocally. You have all this space and these stacks and these doubles. Like there's so much beautiful energy over the top. Thank you for the heart me. I love the C7. It's that B right there. It has such texture to it. Yeah. Dude, I love it. I love it so much. Producer Drew, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. Man, y'all show some love. Show some love. That is In Your Face by Marcus Gunner. Marcus Gunner, you're a talent, man. You're a talent. Dude, of course you can. Yeah, of course you can, man. That's completely up to you. I know I say this all the time, but I mean, that's literally what I do for a living. If anyone ever needs synths, you ever need keys, that's what I do. It's a big part of my business. So if you ever are interested in session work, just hit me up, shoot me a message at any point. Producer 2, thank you for the Go Populars. Jesus Christ, thank you for the gifts. How many hundreds did you just send? My goodness gracious. Y'all show some love, man. Producer 2, appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love. Thank you. But man, Marcus Gunner, I think this is a beautiful song. I can't wait to have more of it. Like, I can't wait till we have a hook that you write. I can't wait to build out the structure a little bit more and hear where the song kind of takes shape dynamically and fine tuning and finessing the outro of this a little bit more. You're amazing. You're amazing. Producer Drew, appreciate you so much. Thank you for your generosity. Let's keep it rolling, y'all. We got a handful of songs that I have time to get to today. So give me just one moment to just double check where I'm at. Zachary, appreciate you tapping in. Thank you so much for the submission as well. I still don't think they're in here. Chris Jennett is in the building. Let's get it. Thank y'all so much for all the love and the support. I appreciate y'all more than you know. Thank you for the love. We got Chris in the building. I see him right there, so I know they're ready to go. My latest release, I like a lot about it, but I feel like it could have been better. Hoping to learn from this to make the next record better. I love it, man. Tag Drew Picture amazing too. Shout out to Marcus, man. Shout out to Marcus. All right, let's run it, y'all. I have time for a handful more songs. So we'll see. I'll try to get through as many as I can. If I have to save any, just in case, like I always mention, if for any reason I have to save your song or save your record, we can't hear it today. What's up? Is it Nashama? Thank you for tapping in. I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome to the stream. If I have to save your song for any reason, I'll always boost it the next time that we go live. So if you are left over, you leave for any reason, you fall asleep during your song, or I get off at the end and you haven't been heard yet, because we go through a lot of songs. There's a lot of music that we hear over the 4 or 5 hours sometimes that we're live. If I have to save it the next time you go live, just let me know here. You'll submit for free and I'll boost you an extra bit to give you a boost on the board as well, just in case you get saved. But we got Chris in the building. Let me see. Okay. Hoping to learn from this to make this next record better. Okay, let's get it. This is Cross the Line by Chris Jennett. Let's run it, man. We got some great music today. And anything you want me to focus on, let me know.
Thought I could win this game.
Nice.
Thought I'd still feel the same. Thought I could call to the other side.
Beautiful.
Thought I'd come back unscathed.
Do you know Safety Suit? Reminds me a little bit of Safety Suit. In a good way.
When you cross the line, it comes back to you.
That's a niche. Super niche. They're not very popular.
The line,
They're not very popular.
it comes back for you.
Yeah. I feel that. If you would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. I got time for maybe 2 or 3 more songs, and that's it. I could hear that for sure.
I can't be with you. When you cross the line, it comes back to you.
Remind me what the drum situation is. How are y'all doing drums?
It comes back for you.
Okay, cool.
Who do you think you are?
What's up, Levi? Welcome in.
How could you go this far? You crossed the line.
It's a pretty song. Great voice. Love the roads.
Coming back
Every song needs Rose. We already know that. Okay. I would love to get a Rhodes in here. Guitar tone. Beautiful. Very nice, man.
When you cross the line, it comes back to you. When you cross the line, it comes back for you.
I like the fading out to the acoustic. That's nice. Fading out the percussion to the acoustic's really nice. Yeah. Come on. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I like that. I think that's a great stylistic decision. I like that a lot. That's interesting. You kind of bookend the song with a similar feel and a similar aesthetic, which I think is fantastic as far as acoustic guitar, and then slowly bringing in elements and pulling them out just to the acoustic and kind of your drone pads and stuff like that, and some of the shimmer at the top. But you also some up to Chris Jennett. I love what you do, man. I think so many people here that are genuinely phenomenal songwriters, phenomenal vocalists. They know how to structure their music. Every once in a while, of course, little like production details, little tracking details that potentially could change, in my personal opinion. I'm just me. But yeah, I do trust my ear a lot and trust my instincts a lot. So there's a couple things maybe we can talk about, but so many great songwriters, great, song structurers, people that are really digging into what they're doing. They're really, really formatting well. And also with great vocals, man. Beautiful vocals, good harmonies. You're absolutely crushing it. Lee, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining the stream. I appreciate that a lot. Y'all do me a huge favor too. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. I'll be listening to just a couple more songs, like maybe 2 more songs after this one, and anyone else that I still have, I will save. Let me go ahead, just for the sake of the live right now, and I'll remind y'all as well that I will boost y'all the next time you're in the live as well. Give me 1 second to go ahead and close the line. Close submissions here just really quick, just so it doesn't get too crazy. But just keep in mind, so if you are left up on the board, so I think I got 2 more after this. So I think Jay Moore, and let's see, Demonik and Zachary, I see you on there. Some people aren't here. Thanks for the follow. Some people aren't here. So it'll depend on who's still here. We might actually get to all of y'all, just kind of depends. But I can listen to 2 more songs after this one. Whoever those 2 are, of course, we'll listen to whoever's here. If we don't hear your song the next time that we come in, I will always make sure that I boost you and I push you forward, which we did with a couple artists today from one of the previous streams as well. I'd like to walk away with something specific I can say to the engineers for the next tunes regarding drums. 100%. That's honestly, that's one of my only pain points in the song. Your voice is awesome. There's some balancing things, maybe like there are some times where I wish your vocal was a bit more, maybe a bit warmer and a bit more forward in the mix. Some of that is personal preference. So like I mentioned all the time to people, like you could send the same multi-tracks to 10 different Grammy winning engineers and get back 10 different, like very different sounding mixes, very different sounding, production structures, right? Everyone has a taste, right? And everyone has a specific thing they're looking to get out of their music. Hey man, I haven't played it yet. I have not played it yet. It's still in line, but hopefully we can get to it today. It depends on who shows up, but I'm going to try to get through a couple of the top ones here. Drums and lost vocals are my consistent pain points with my songs. Yep. Okay. Let's get into it. Let's hyper focus on those then. Let's not worry about too much else because the production sounds cool. Yeah, Demonik, I'll never listen without you. We go into so much detail. Like we spend so much time obviously on these songs. We go into so much detail that I will always make sure that you're here for your breakdown. So let's say you had to like go work, you had to go eat dinner, you had to go sleep, you were tired, you fell asleep, or I got off at the end of the live, you haven't been heard yet. I will always save that for you. And then the next time you come in, you just let me know that you're here, you submit for free, and I'll actually boost you farther. So you sent in, I think 10, or maybe it was 15, but I'll boost you 5 the next time. So in case you ever miss it, I'll never play it without you here. That way you're always present for your breakdown. In fact, you get to move a little bit farther forward the next time as well. But here's okay, sounds good. Just wanted to make sure. Because I don't want anyone to think I'm like doing it without them and then they miss their whole breakdown and they feel like it's pointless or something like that. Okay, let's run it back from the top, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. All right, let's run it. Like, I love this introduction. I love the introduction here. It's nice.
Thought I could win this game.
I mean, that's nice. It sounds good.
Thought I'd still feel the same.
It's great space. There's great space in the backgrounds there. Great reverb control on the vocal. The Rhodes, chef's kiss. It's beautiful. I love where it sits. It's ambient. It's way in the back to the right. It gives you all this shimmer in the background. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
Thought I could call to the other side. Thought I'd come back unscathed. 'Cause when you cross the line,
I think one of the things that happens with the vocal, potentially, how you do this obviously is very much so up to you and up to the engineers to kind of fight through the song and figure out what works. It's different song to song, right? Depending on how prominent the production structure is, how loud the other instrumentation and stuff is. When it comes to your vocal, I think what happens is everything else about the production is very consistent. It's like very forward, right? So these other production elements, like the bigger acoustic guitars, the stacks of vocals, those feel dynamically really tight and really forward. Your vocal is very, very natural in its dynamic range, which I love, but it does make it challenging for it to kind of reach through the mix as you build out more structure, especially when the drums come in. It's less now, but when the drums come in and everything else is full, some of the lower dynamic elements of your vocal kind of fall out of the mix a little bit. It could be beneficial to really tastefully maybe add like one more, depending on how your vocal's set up, like one more slow release compressor. I love the LA 2A for stuff like this, but you can largely use anything. You can use, just stock plugins or something like that. But he's like slow release kind of glue, compressor on there to kind of smooth everything out and just give you another, let's say like nothing too crazy, but like another 3 or 4 dB of gain reduction so you can push it forward a little bit more so that your vocal not only just doesn't jump out of the mix too crazy, but it doesn't fall out of the mix. We're like taking the dynamic range from here and then notching it down 3 dB to here and then pushing forward like this. So then everything comes up. So your lower notes, your lower registers, your more breathy notes, when you back off the mic for a second, that information is up a couple dB while controlling the top end a little bit more. I do think one other either stage of compression or if there are multiple stages already on the vocal, maybe a slightly tasteful. It's got to be tasteful, of course. It depends on how the vocal chain is set up, but maybe a tasteful another couple dB of reduction on like a secondary compressor could be nice to just allow that vocal to be a little bit stronger. So when you when you hit those higher notes, it doesn't jump out of the mix too much because you don't want it to get too prominent. But when you do your lower notes, it doesn't fall out. I think just that little edge of keeping that information a little bit more forward would be great. Let's get into the drums because to me that's the only thing. Now that to me for your vocals, one of the only things that I think needs to happen. I just don't want it to fall out of the mix. I want it to stay forward. I want it to stay in front of the production that's happening because the production I really like the sound of. Every once in a while, the acoustic guitar to me comes in a little hot compared to some of the other elements. That one that's on the left a little bit. it can come in a little bit prominent, and because it's slightly, and not in a bad way at all, just where it's at, slightly inconsistent in pattern and in timing, just because it's a live played acoustic guitar, it being so forward, I think can sometimes make the flow feel a little bit unstable. I would love for it to be maybe slightly more connected to the production, and then better control for the vocal. So I think for me, those two things right there are kind of where I would be. 100%, 100%. And also, quick reminder: all of these are saved to YouTube. If it's helpful to just go and take notes later too. Every single one of these will be on YouTube as well, especially after the live today. Just in case you miss anything, you can always go back and reference it and take some more notes as well. All right, let's get into the drums, because that, to me, the vocals. You're a great singer. I love your harmonies. I love the structure. Gorgeous, beautiful. So many good things happening there. I am a singer. It's not. I am a singer. It's not like a prominent part of what I personally do, but I do. I track for some libraries and stuff like that, so I do get hired as a session vocalist occasionally. It's not a huge part. Most of what I do is session work for instrument, guitars, live drums, obviously synths, keyboards, stuff like that, and then production work and mixing and mastering. So I do sing, but it's not like the biggest part of what I do outside of the stuff that I do for like sync.
When you cross the line.
All right, let's get into these drums. Okay. I appreciate you, John. Thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here.
Now I'm in.
Okay, drum structure. This is the interesting thing, because so much of this has to do with it's kind of two things. It's kind of two things that are happening. This song to me is really soft and easy and laid back. It's got a lot of swing to it. You almost have these triples. It's got this really nice swing to it. It's very chill. It's very mellow, and it should be. That's the sonic identity of the song, and it kind of makes it what it is, especially with that swing, especially with those triplets. So when it comes to these drums, there's kind of two things that I'm hearing. One is they're pulled back kind of out of necessity, and two, they're really cranked. And this comes back in the chain quite a bit. Like the snare tuning, for instance. The snare tuning is really hot. So it's like it's tightened up a lot, right? For those of you who don't know, drums are tuned, right? Those drum heads are tuned. They're tuned really high, right? So you have a lot of snap. You have a lot of punch out of these drums. So you have this really soft production structure, and then a really wacky snare and drum structure that feels a bit more rock heavy. It feels a little bit more attacky. It feels a little bit more snappy, and it really slices in. In my brain, again, these are production details. These are production, every nuances that, of course, everybody should do if you want a snappy, beefy drum in there, that's what you should put in there, and that's what the drummer did, right? And my personal opinion, just as if I were like a ghost executive producer of this record, I would love a deep, like a 8.5, like I have one back here behind me, but like this little guy right here. See that thick thing down there? That thick thing down there is like an 8.5-inch Mapex snare, like a deep, low-tuned, maybe a little bit muted, but like a low-tuned, deep snare that's much softer, maybe even using brushes or reeds. It's going to have this kind of like thick, low, loose sound that has some body to it, but it's not like cranked and snappy where it's like slicing into the mix. It'll feel like fuller and deeper and have like more of a like soft, warm, vintage feel, in my opinion, similar to everything else that's happening in the production structure. Let me give you a quick example, actually, because I have a VST that mirrors that. It's going to be different. Obviously, playing a VST on the piano is not like it's not going to be like the best sounding thing in the world, but I'll show you kind of what I'm talking about. Let me see. Ahmed, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Right now the line is closed, but we're going to be live again tomorrow. So everybody just make sure that you're following, and we'll open up the lines again tomorrow afternoon. We'll get into a handful of more music. Okay. Oops, that's the wrong one. Give me 1 second. I'll show you sonically what I'm talking about, right? So again, what's happening, since the drums, in my personal opinion, are too snappy, right? They're too transient, they're too attacky, they're too snappy. In order for them to kind of feel balanced, they have to kind of be pulled back, so you don't really get any of that feeling from them. Now, if we went a little bit darker. Thank you for the follow. Darker and moodier and deeper. Like I said, like these 8.5-inch snares, 8-inch snares, tuned a little bit deeper, a little bit looser on the toms. They're nice and thick. We can deaden them up with like the big fat snare heads and stuff like that kind of soften and dampen everything and make it feel really tight. You know what I mean? And really like dark and moody. That to me mirrors a little bit more of what you have on the rest of your percussion structure here. So let me go here real quick, and I'm gonna kind of show you a little bit of what I'm talking about. And then of course, how you do this. And if you do this is completely up to you. That's a little bigger. Let's go animal. That's a little bit more of what I'm talking about. So here's what I'm going to do. Let's go here. It's a little, you hear it's like, it's still got some punch to it. But, and again, this is not exactly, it's just the closest VST I can find that I have. But let's give it a little bit here. We don't need all that reverb, but let's bring it up a little bit. And then this is kind of like what I'm hearing. Actually, give me a sec. I'm going to throw, just for the sake of being able to hear it against your production a little bit more, let me just throw a compressor on here just really, really briefly. Let's do a 76 just really quick. Let me see. It's too much. It's too crazy. And then let's push this forward. Let's give it a little bit of attack, a little slower attack, a little faster release. Boom. And let's just push it forward. BE's welcome and appreciate you being here. Okay. Just so we can kind of hear what's a little bit more of that is what we're looking at here. Okay, let me bring this back. David in the building. What's up, David? Welcome, and I appreciate you tapping in. Okay, so now here's what we're gonna get into where these drums come in, and I just want to play kind of both, and we'll kind of see where we're at.
Thought I could call to the other side.
I love your voice, man. It's so good.
Thought I'd come back unscathed. 'Cause when you cross the line, it comes back to you. When you cross the line, it comes back for you. Ooh.
You hear the difference in those. I'm gonna back it up again. I love your voice. I think your voice is fantastic. I'm gonna bring down the saturation. I'm gonna bring down the saturation for a second. I'm gonna push this a little bit louder. And I'm just gonna go just to that first chorus part. I'll play these drums and obviously then it'll switch. The song name is Cross the Line by Chris Jennett. It is out on all platforms. You can go stream it. But this is what I would look for, right? When you're talking about drums, you want like looser, deeper drums, right? You don't want them tight and cranked, you want them lower, you want them deeper, you want them tuned lower. Maybe I prefer a thicker snare. Most snares are like, 5.5 inches ish, there's more, like obviously the most typical ones are usually, 4.5, 5.5 inches. There's 6.5 inches that are great. I like mine's an 8-inch. I didn't think of the follow, mine's an 8-inch snare. Those are, obviously they're going to have a little bit more body, a little bit more thickness to them, which is more kind of what we're emulating here. So I'm going to play this first part again, and we'll just get like a feel for the difference in drum structure and what it means to have like deeper detune, and then of course what they originally had.
'Cause when you cross the line, it comes back to you. When you cross the line, it comes back for you. Ooh.
To this, it's like thinner, snappier. Now it's not in any way a bad sounding drum, right? I just think contextually it's not doing what I wanted to do, right? So that's kind of what I'm looking at. It's like, I think in this particular song, my brain wants this kind of softness in the thud of this kind of deeper, and again, not even exactly this, it's just the closest I have on a VST right now, but something that's like deeper and warmer compared to like the snap and articulation of the drum that they currently had, right? It's a song needed, yeah, 100%, 100%. So if you're looking for, right, these are really like loose, right? These are almost like crinkle on the drum heads, right? So it's like loose, low tuning, maybe a thicker snare if they have the not everyone has a bunch of snares, right? Like I don't. I just right now, since I sold my other 3 drum sets, I don't have those other 3 snares. So right now I'm just left with my extra snare. I used to have 4 snares, but now I just have the 8-inch Mapex that I have. And so, not everyone has a bunch of snares laying around, but if you're a session drummer, you probably do. You probably have some options. So it can be nice to have something that's a little bit deeper. And these, not all of them are expensive. Like if it's like Gretsch USA Custom, it's like an $800 snare. Or Black Beauty's like $1,000 snare. This one's like $200 or $250 or something like that. Like not all of them are. Not all of them are that are that expensive. And when I'm in the studio, it always sounds so much better and deeper. Yeah, I mean the context is going to be interesting. The way something sounds in the room might sound quite a bit different than the way it sounds when it's like isolated and it's kind of shrunk down to the isolated mic. You know what I mean? Like you hear it in the room and you hear this kind of boominess and you hear this openness. Like, oh wow, that sounds great. And then you shrink it down to an SM57 pointed at the batter head, and it's like all of a sudden the snare is nice and tight. That's why the tuning and the shell size and stuff like that matter so much. Okay, let's get into those are the 2 things: vocal structure, like we talked about, dynamic range potentially, and the way. And again, this is like not just the mix. These are not just mix details, but it's actually what is tracked and the way that it's tracked, right? So like the size of the drum, the tuning of the drum, and the way that drum is played is more important than how it's like EQ'd and compressed, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'll get into the end here. Let's talk about the guitar a little bit. I like the guitar. I personally like the guitar. I think tonally it sounds nice. It's got good chorusing on it. Like it's this good bridge of kind of like indie folk with like a rock-ish, country-ish edge to it. You know what I mean? Like we're blending a lot in here. But I like the tone. I do. Especially if these drums filled out. Those drums filled out like that, it's like the difference that the context makes. If the drums are if the drums were filling out more like that, to me, it actually gives more context to the other instruments, right? It actually makes the guitar seem more energetic because it's not too like empty or snappy in the middle of the mix. It's like full and warm and kind of fat, you know what I mean? And then this little energy at the top of the mix with the guitar or the vocal actually feels fuller because of it. Is this worth going back and retracking the drums and re-releasing the track? I'll say, and context, not because the song's not worth it. That's a personal decision, right? Not because the song's not great and isn't worth having it at its best possible, balance and stuff like that. Creatively speaking, I think this lives in its space and it doesn't sound bad. It doesn't sound bad. It just is missing some energy that I think could be mitigated by tracking differently. I would prefer that you probably just move forward with honing in on your sound and your aesthetic that works well with your voice and the decisions you want to make creatively, and fine tune. Like, okay, I know that for my songs, it's probably going to be better to have this kind of drum. It's probably, and that can change over time too. You might have songs later on that are a little bit tighter, but and just start honing that feel. Like, okay, I do like this guitar tone. I like this kind of a drum recording. I like the way that this engineer mixes my vocals. I like this mic on my vocals. And you switch that out a little bit, right? It is cheaper. That's a whole other side of the story. That is a lot cheaper than just rehiring session musicians and then having to revise a mix and a master to make sure that fits, because it's going to completely change your relationship to bass and the other instruments and stuff like that. So that, I don't think it's necessarily worth it. I do think the song is awesome and you should push it and you should get it out there to as many people as possible. But I don't think it's necessarily worth it to retrack it. I think I would just take the information and look towards a future record and start to really hone in on the aesthetic that you want and be like, okay, these are the decisions, these are the musicians, this is the kind of drum kit, and you'll learn that language over time too. But like, this is the kind of drum kit that I like. This is the kind of aesthetic for my vocals, the kind of processing I like, the kind of this amount of tuning or lack thereof, this amount of whatever. The more you hone in on that, the more leverage you have in the studio by in your ability to like request what you like. You'll be every musician and every engineer's dream if you have some ability to express what you're looking for. So much better. I mean, if you go to a drummer and you'll be like, hey, like as an example, because I work as a session drummer and I work as a session musician with a lot of different stuff. When someone comes to me and is like, hey, I've got this kind of like, bluesy kind of country record. I'm looking for like a kind of a Vox and like a hollow body, like kind of bluesy tone. Do you have something like that? And I'm like, I got exactly what you need. But if someone comes in, and this has happened many, many different times, and it's like, hey, I just need you to play guitar. I'm like, hey, what are you looking for? Can you send me some references? You're like, dude, just do your thing. Just hop onto them or whatever. Without a doubt, that is the song I'm going to be revising 7 times because they don't understand like their own what they want. And so I think the more they don't know how to explain what they want, but they do kind of still have a vision for it. And so what I'm doing is just never matching up with what's happening. And so I think the more that you come in, not that you have to have this right away, it's something obviously that you'll get over time more and more. But the more you can come in and be like, yeah, you email a session drummer that's going to work at that studio or do something. 100%. And that's totally valid. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have to do this right away. And I have no expectation of you doing this right away. But the more that you do, when you like reach out to a session, you DM a session drummer you like on Instagram, or you email someone who's going to be working at the studio and you're like, hey, I've got drums for the song. Here's a reference for something that I like. And also like, I like a thick, deep, low snare. Another drummer told me that like an 8-inch snare, 8.5-inch snare would do really, really well on some of the music that I'm doing. Do you have an 8-inch snare? You know what I mean? Or whatever. And then they'll let you know, right? Or I'm looking for this guitar tone, or I'm looking for this kind of processing. The more that you have that, even basically, you put it on someone else, like, hey, I was, talking to another drummer and they were listening to the song and they showed me this song that has this particular drum sound. Do you have the ability to do something like that, or are you kind of in a lane? The more that you're able to communicate those things, it's better for the drummer too. I promise you. Don't feel like you need to be fluent. Don't feel like you have to have all of the answers. Any level of like guidance and direction is a game changer for any musician that you're going to work with. It's way better than just doing your thing and just show up and play whatever, because without a doubt, let's say you did get into a situation where like, hey, I need to hire this drummer again. I'm going to go back and retrack it. Without a doubt, they're having to come back in and fix things just because they didn't have direction. So even loose guidance can like change. For one, the output of the song is going to be way more what you want to happen. And the musicians are going to be way more likely to engage and do really what you're envisioning, man. Using a different drummer who has similar. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Dude, I love what you do. Chris Jennett, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're talented. You're a great writer. I love your voice. To me, it's perfect in the style that you're doing, man. It works really well together. It is absolutely fantastic. And like I said, a lot of these are just like source things. They're just the more defined your vision for your own music, like the more confident you are in your own taste and your own ability to express that taste. But the more confident you are in what you're doing, I think the more that your music on the other side, you'll get a mix back and be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was imagining. Like as a session musician, there's nothing that is more fun than someone giving me like good detail and I execute it and they're like, dude, better than I even thought it would be. That's like the best relationship that you can build with musicians, because they are eager to work with you. They're eager to figure things out, to make it happen, to get there early, to learn an extra part, to do more songs on the album for you. Like, all those things. The more that you build that relationship and that trust with other drummers, other session guitarists and engineers and whatever it may be, the better off the end result of those records will be 100 times out of 100. But y'all, man, show some love, man. I appreciate you so much, Chris. Seriously, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending this in. Let's keep it rolling here real quick. Is Jay Moore in the building? Let me know if Jay Moore is in the building. Let's see. And I got time for 2 more. Like I said, y'all, 2 more songs. These will be our last 2. I'll try to move a little bit faster. Like I mentioned before, anybody that gets saved, I will automatically boost you the next time that you come in. You'll submit for free, and then we'll be able to boost you the next time. I am really hoping to post more content, YouTube especially, but also just on TikTok and stuff, talking more about this stuff, just because I really don't have a lot of time for content, but I really need to make more. So I'm excited to make more content, so it's not just isolated to this live, but it can, hopefully reach more people as well. Okay, I don't see Jay Moore. Is Demonik in the building? Let me know if Demonik's in the building really quick. Let me see. There's Demonik. All right, let's get it. We just released this song last Friday. Let's get it. This is the downpour of, let me see what it says. 1 second, I'm gonna open it on Spotify. Boom. The downpour of the Claudine Cascade Monster. Goodness gracious. Let's get into it, man. Talk me through what we're about to listen to. This is Demonik right here in the chat. Let me know the role that you play. You've been here for a while, for hours at this point, and I appreciate your patience as well. Let me know the role that you play in your music. So talk to me about production, talk to me about mix, talk to me about what we're about to listen to, and kind of the structure of what you do. I do vocals and lyrics. Beautiful, beautiful. All right, I'm going to play. Give me any notes that you want in the chat and anything you want me to focus on. What's up, Eli? Welcome in. It's about to get crazy. Thanks for the heart me. Got you. Killer. That's like a classic 90s snare. Come on. Yeah. I'll be live again tomorrow, Eli. I'll be live again tomorrow. Nasty.
Like a banshee with a knife, dear blood in your mouth. Now you're acting like you know fear's sad. But it's the price that we pay. Left here alone, now we've lost our own way. Being peeled once again. We've nothing left to lose when you're dead in your rear. Man, just wait and see. I know it's kind of hard when you're exhausted, see.
This is great, man. This is cool. I love these dynamics.
Save yourself from this hell. Yo. Why don't you save yourself? Save yourself. Save yourself. Why don't you save yourself from this hell? Why don't you save yourself from this hell? Why
Zachary got you. Appreciate you.
save yourself from this hell? Save yourself from this hell. Now you're woken up the monster. Blood for the sharks as you sit there and just wonder. You can just feel it within. You're clawing at your grave as your heart fills with sin. Now you've woken up the monster.
That snare is monstrous. I love it. I love it.
Burn in the light as you die from the sun. Now you're woken up the monster. Blood for the sharks and you sit there and just wonder. Now you can just feel it within.
It's so like 90s metal. I love it.
Now you've woken up the monster. Now you've woken up the monster. Blood. Now you've woken up the monster. Blood for the sharks as you sit there and just wonder.
Heaviest song by far. Let's go. Let's go. Show some love. That is Demonik right here in the chat. Like I said, y'all, we got one more song after this. It'll be top of the list. Whoever that is will be our last song. Everyone else will get saved and boosted next time. If you get saved, you're always boosted. So I'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. So if you come in tomorrow and as an example, you submitted 10, I'll put you up a little bit higher. You'll submit for free, and then I'll boost you manually so you can get ahead of the line a little bit more tomorrow. Just for those of y'all who do get saved tonight, I'll always make sure that I save it. I won't listen without you. I'll make sure that you're here, and I'll give you a boost the next time of at least five, sometimes even more. What time do you get on? It'll be usually around 2 p.m. Central-ish. I usually get on these lives as soon as I'm done with my other projects and other work for the day in the studio. So it's usually, I would say, around 2 to 3 p.m. Central. I'm going to try to get on a little bit earlier tomorrow, so about 2 p.m. Central. So, and I should be on ideally for about 4 or 5 hours. So I should have plenty of time to get through a whole handful of new songs and get y'all boosted so you can have a little bit more of a much higher chance of getting heard, like we've had to do with a couple artists today. Okay, let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into it. Quick note, Demonik. Don't forget to, this is a small detail, sometimes a big impact, just kind of depends on the algorithm and stuff like that. Don't forget to cut the tail of your sessions. Thank you for the follow, Smitty. I appreciate it. Don't forget to cut the tail of your session. So the song ends at like 3:12. I think it ends at 3:12. And then you just notice that, and then there's like 15 seconds of dead space at the end. Not saying it's the biggest deal, it's not like the end of the world. The only thing that happens is like if you're in a playlist or if you're like coming on after someone's track or something like that, wherever your music lies, you then have this like 15 to 20 second break in between songs, which is going to cause people to do a couple different things. One is either like turn it down, turn it up, try to figure out what's going on. There's a little obstacle to like wanting to go back to that. And also the other thing that it does is it can cause people to then hit next at the end of your song. And as we know with algorithms and technology, every little data point is determining where your song goes and what happens with it, right? So when people skip parts of a YouTube video, like the algorithm knows that, and it'll even tell you like on your TV, it's like popularly skipped part, where people often skip this part and whatever. And especially on social media, how long your retention is. When people swipe, do they stay and watch again? And the same thing with your music, right? Like do they stay for the whole song? Do they hit the next button on your song at any point that is telling people that people don't want to finish it? They kind of skip the last 20 seconds every time your song comes on. It's like those little data points that are small. It's a very like seemingly insignificant part of the music, but also could be worthwhile addressing. Depending on your distribution, you could probably cut it. You could probably edit the file, bring it back down to 312, 310, consolidate it just a little bit, and then re-upload the file under the same ISRC code potentially today. So maybe we can, if you can get it fixed, that would be nice. It's not, like I said, is this going to be the reason or not reason why you become, multi-million stream, producers and artists and whatever? Probably not. But it can just be a small detail. It's like, might as well get as much exposure, might as well get as much movement for what you're doing as possible. So let's run it from the top. The downpour of the clouding cascade, parentheses monster by Demonik. Y'all are killer, man. I love your sound. Love your sound. I got like 2 little production notes I'll be interested in as you move forward. Just kind of things to keep in mind. But overall, the mix is nice. Overall, like the energy of the song, it feels underground. It feels heavy. It feels grungy. It feels dirty, all in a way that is still great with separation and great with being able to distinguish all of the different elements that are happening. So I think y'all are doing a fantastic job. Seriously. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into a couple details and we'll move into the last song. I love all the space right here. Like the whole first part of this intro, there is a lot of that anticipation of, hey, what's about to happen here? What's the buildup? Like, what is it? You can tell there's tension. You can tell it's kind of nasty, but you can't really tell where it's going to go. I love that there's so much anticipation in the record, especially in these early moments. Great early introduction of that vocal as well. LeBlanc, welcome in. I appreciate you being here.
Save yourself.
Now, really, really quick. So there's literally like 2 things that I want to talk about. There's so much happening. This live is still going on. Can't wait to finish my single. Let's go, Nathan. Yeah, it is still going on. We've been on for, I had to reset the algorithm, but I have been on for like probably 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. It's been a while. We've been on for a minute. I can't wait to hear it. Okay, we come in strong right here. There's a ton of energy. I mean, that bass comes in. There's so much just energy and vibrancy and heaviness that comes into the mix. The snare for me is one of my favorite parts about the drum structure here. It's such a nasty vibe. I love it. It's dirty, it's crunchy, it's got the timbering edge over it. Like, it's got a lot of great feeling. I would love for the snare to be forward like another 2 or 3 dB, because we have heavy buildup of low end and then a counter to it. So we have boom and that hits and that empties, and then what replaces it needs to have a lot of steam behind it. It needs to have a lot of energy behind it. Otherwise, you don't quite get the payoff of the next hit, the snap from the next hit. I would not mind, depending on how y'all structured the chain on this, I wouldn't mind a like slow attack, fast released compressor on that snare, or there probably already is one, and just go a little bit tighter as far as the threshold goes. Push the threshold just a hair more, and then give it another like 2 or 3 dB of amplitude in the mix. Just that right there, what that'll do is it'll give it a little bit more snap, it'll give it a little bit more slice in the mix, and obviously it'll give it more presence, it'll be forward a little bit more. I love the 1176 for stuff like this. That's typically what I put on a snare. That varies a little bit. Sometimes I'll do some other options, but I love the 1176 on the snare, so I wouldn't mind if that snare, so heavy low end, massive kick, huge, synth bass and guitar bass sounds that comes in, and then just absolutely snaps in the middle of the mix. So a little bit more presence, a little bit more sharpness out of the snare, to me, will give you a better response to the heaviness of everything else that hits, which is gorgeous, by the way. It sounds awesome. Is this going to be recorded? I'd love to. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're live on YouTube right now as well. On YouTube, there is a playlist called Track Talk Live Stream. That live stream playlist, you'll see every episode since we started doing it, which is like 116 or something like that. So just go to the most, if it's tonight or tomorrow, or whatever, just go to one of the most recent ones, and you'll see it there, and you can find the spot right there and kind of see what's going on there. But yeah, that's what I love. Like I said before, man, this feels like classic 90s metal. Like that snare is so ringy and nasty. I love it so much. I just wanted to have a little bit more personal. And again, this is a personal creative, preference. Everyone has a different preference, of course, on how they want to mix and how they want to produce. So I'm not trying to overly like give my opinion on that, but I do think it could be helpful to sharpen that up a little bit and just give it some snap in the mix.
You see what you've done, burning the light as you die from the sun.
And Juin, we're close. We're going to be live again tomorrow. Like I like the feel of it. It's so massive sound. It's a wall of sound. It's heavy. Like I love it, man. I think you're executing. Not everyone's going to, not everyone likes every style of music. But as far as like working in this genre, you are working within this genre and like executing in this space with a lot of energy, man. I think y'all are doing a great job. Great fries as well. Love the bends. Those little like whammy pushes and like bends down, like those are so good. Fantastic. All right, I'm gonna get to this one little part here. There's one little element that I'm looking for. Yeah, y'all are doing the cleans are our new style I've been working on. I'd be very interested to hear that, because I mean, obviously, like you said, this is one of the heaviest records you put out. I'm hearing crazy distortion, massive synths, really great low, more guttural fry screams, and layers to the higher fry screams. Like, crushing this. So I'm intrigued by what clean means to you, because this is heavy. I mean, this is wild.
Get rid of your stick, scream like a bitch, but it's the price that we
Okay. Okay, here. Okay, there's like 2 other parts here I want to just bounce between, and then we'll move to the next song. These parts, when there's so much, the thing I want you to kind of keep in mind when y'all are building these records is the energy of the song and the dynamics of the song. And when that lead vocal has so much energy behind it, layers of fries, supportive, like, scream tracks in the back, multiple layers. You have like low formant shifts, chorusing, corn type vocal. Yeah, I mean, you have so much energy there. Beautiful. Love it. I think it's fantastic. When that's not there, what you need to be aware of is where the energy goes in the song. When you're doing something like this, where dynamically you're not going down, you're not like going down to like a clean guitar and like a piano for a moment to ballad it out and then go back into the screams, it's still really heavy. When that happens, in my personal opinion, I would love for the energy to still stay as hyped as it was a moment ago. You're just replacing your top line. So when that vocal with all of its amazing energy leaves the mix, this guitar that comes in dun, 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 with the bends right there, I would love for that to come in probably 3 or 4 dB louder, because that to me replaces your top line. That the vocal energy leaves the middle of the mix. Guitar comes in to kind of take its place as the top line in the song, and then the guitar comes out and the vocal, or guitar comes back a couple dB, and that vocal shoots forward again. This has more to do with like automation of your faders and like automation of your mix, level wise, amplitude wise, than it has to do with like the quality of what y'all are doing. Because I think y'all are all great. I think y'all are working in the space really, really solid. So for me, it's when that vocal leaves, the mix feels soft for a moment. When that vocal leaves, like the dynamics, they die just a hair, because nothing really comes in to regain the power. You're really relying on drums and bass, and that vocal is such a powerhouse element in the song. If we don't have that, we need something else to kind of give it that energy, or all of the dynamics need to shift to a different kind of moment in the song. So here, those like lead guitars in the back.
Save yourself from this hell. Save.
Vocals come in, you can kind of pull it back a little bit.
Don't you save yourself? Save yourself. Save yourself. Why don't you save yourself?
Let me find the second part here.
From this hell. You're clawing at your grave as your eye.
Yeah, because that vocal's crazy. Okay, same thing here. Bum, 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 bum. We have these like harmonics at the top right there. It's like bit crushed and super overdriven. Those little moments right here, like I need that almost dubstep-ish adjacent, you know what I mean? I need those like harmonics to come forward as well, because we have this excuse me, boom, God, right? Again, I want that snare nice and snappy. And then those like harmonics that come in, or those like pulses that come in on the side, like just the sequence on the left side right there, they're so kind of, to me, they feel too soft in the background. So they don't fill in with like the drive and then bum, 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 that I want to kind of feel the energy of the song. Boom, I want to hear like that energy. I want to feel that drive in the song. And it's so far back that I don't know if it offers that. So kind of the same thing. Vocals leave the mix. We go into another heavy breakdown. This is still dynamically high, but that's pretty far back. So I would like for, again, personal opinion, I would love for that to be forward another 3 or 4 dB, so that has a little bit more energy in the mix at all, or a little bit more energy in the mix as well. Because like the guitars and the low bass and the drums are doing everything they're meant to do right there. Those little fillers, I think, is where you could either add something to it. You could add another layer of the synth right there, just to give it just a little bit of texture and a little bit of energy right there. I do think that to me would be a way that you could open this up just a little bit more as well. Okay, let me double check this really quick. Let me see. You sent some. Oh, where'd you send it, LeBlanc? Where'd you send it? I'm looking for it now, but the line is closed, so I don't think you could have. But I'm curious where you sent it. Okay.
Now you've woken up the monster. Break it down and just surrender. Your ears feel it within. You're clawing at your grave as your eye fills with sin. Now you've woken up the monster. Now you've woken up the monster. Blood. Now you've woken up the monster. Blood for the sharks as you sit there and just wonder.
And then cut it, 314, 313, whatever, right there, and you're good to go. Man, show some love to Demonik. I like what y'all are doing, man. This is rage shit. This is heavy. This is mosh pit. This is everything that you needed to be. So I mean, genuinely within this genre, within this space, I think y'all are executing at a really high level. I mean, it's great structure. It's as heavy as you needed to be. Vocal structure, I think, is fantastic. To me, this is all about optimizing for the energy of the song, optimizing for the dynamic of the song, so that you never lose steam. Even if you get like quiet for a moment and you break and it's nothing but vocals, when you come back in, it's as heavy as you need it to be. Optimizing for those dynamics, to me, is what it's all about, because that's going to make sure that nobody loses. You don't lose attention, you don't lose steam, you don't lose energy in the mix. Those like 2 or 3 tiny little things, man, for me can make a big difference. And those are 10 minutes of revisions. It's nothing crazy. Y'all are killing it, man. Y'all show some love to Demonik. We're going to close it out right here. This is our last song, man. Of course, absolutely, anytime. I appreciate you a lot. We got Zachary Whites in the building. Where is Zachary Whites? Talk to me. You're closing us up today, which means that I think half of me might have been someone else who said they were just going to donate it here. And then J Moore and Smitty, y'all's will be saved, which means y'all are going to be boosted the next time that we go live, which is going to be tomorrow afternoon. So make sure y'all are following, make sure y'all are tapped in. We will open up all of the lines free, including the consultations tomorrow. We'll open everything up here. Zachary White's in the building, username right here in the chat. Let's go. This is a demo. Zachary, let me know if I've heard your music. The name actually seems familiar, but I don't know if I've heard your music before. Please let me know the role that you play in your music, what you do structurally. I'm so excited to break this down. You are going to close this out today. This is our last song. Let's get into it. EDM producer, fabulous. This is Demo. It's the name of the file that we have so far by Zachary Weiss. But yeah, give me all the details. Talk to me about what you do, what you use, and anything that would be helpful. Of course, also let me know if it's helpful to you, what you want me to focus on. If there's any pain points that you have, anything that you want my attention to go to, of course, let me know. Or if it's just overall vibe, mix, stuff like that, then of course we can do that. All right, but let's open it up. This is on SoundCloud. Extinction, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. Cool.
Warm skin, cool hair, take me there. Slow sway, moonlight on your hair.
Is it a generated vocal for the top?
Hold it, fading, fading higher.
Cool. But everything else in the production you did?
Pull me in, pull me in. Breathe again, breathe again.
Yeah. Cool.
Sidestep, bare feet, soft glow under.
Sounds good. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for tapping in.
Piano hush, in the rush, let it go. Hold it, fading, fading higher. Pull me in, pull me in. Breathe again, breathe again. One more way,
I like that progression.
one more line. Open
Overall, the mix is pretty good. It's nice and vibrant. Slight imbalance from like subharmonics to like where that snare is. It's kind of forcing it to be suppressed in the mix. But beyond that, that's like small little changes to give you some more headroom for that snare to come back a little bit more. But not a bad mix. Nice, easy, chill progression. Fire. I feel that. There's a lot of people on here. There's a lot of people. I have tons of people that come in that are always looking for producers. They're always looking to get their vocals on productions and stuff like that. It can be hard to find. I'm not saying it's easy sometimes because people are very restrictive sometimes with what songs and stuff that they get on. But man, there's a lot of people on here that are looking for it. I mean, I would just, what I would do is I would put out clips of your music without the vocals. Because here's the thing with working with vocals. For one, show some love, y'all. Username right here in the chat, Zachary Whites. Zachary Whites with the new sound. I appreciate you sending this in, man. Thank you for sending in the song. I appreciate you so much. But when it comes to getting on vocals, I think the thing that is hard for people. I haven't seen your page. I don't see how you promote or if you promote, so on and so on. When you're back on, so I can submit. I'll be back on tomorrow. Is it Javi? Am I saying that correctly? We'll be back on tomorrow. So tap in. We'll be on like early afternoon Central Time. Early afternoon Central Time. We'll open up the lines again. We'll get a bunch of new music in here. I'm excited, man. We're gonna get through a bunch. And then Labs, thanks for tapping in as well. That's why I have no post or username. Okay, got you. Okay, once you get that figured out, once you get that, and I would, make that your priority, because I think that's going to be your launching pad to getting people interested in their music. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of vocalists, male, female, across the board, different styles, different stuff like that are waiting for a producer to be like, I need a vocalist on a song. There's so many people that want to be the top line of EDM music and electronic music. There's so many out there. You just got to connect the dots. You got to find people, right? So as soon as you get your branding figured out, right? If you're rebranding, you're like, what's my aesthetic? What's my feel? Once you get into that and get that solidified, what I would do is I would not post the song with the vocals. I think what in my experience of having like worked with other producers and like worked even like with other songwriters that are trying to pitch and sell their songs to other bands and other artists, which I've known some people that have been very successful with and like getting K-pop, deals and stuff like that, and like Philippine pop and stuff like that. Like there's a lot of people that have done some really cool stuff. When they're doing that, oftentimes they might have some early demos of the song, but if it's like too finished and the song feels too complete, sometimes they're like, I don't know. There's not like room for me in the song, you know what I mean? Or it's like too perfect, especially with generated stuff. It's like, it's too perfect. I might not be like that. I might not be that. So it's going to be hard for me to like see myself in the song. And Solidiverse, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in on the Purple app. I see you. And so what I've experienced is when people are generating aspects of their music, and this is much less to do about all the other things that people talk about with AI and more to do of just the opportunities that you'll get with it. People have a harder time sometimes seeing themselves in the song. Doesn't mean you can't post it. Doesn't mean you can't try to get people that way. But what might be a better hook for people is for you to post like the buildup and the hook of the song 5 times a day. And I mean this, to be honest with you, 5 times a day, every single day for a month, and try to do it in a creative way. Don't post it with like just an image of like your notes app or like whatever. Like try to find a way to get people, not just some random overlay and some random like generated video. Like try to get people, because you want real traction for your music, and that's going to take some effort, right? But try to create some version of it, even if it's like a couple pictures that has like text on it, like POV, or you're the next, I don't know, I'm going to make some shit up, but I'm the next up and coming DJ and producer, but I really need female vocals on my records, whatever. And you just post that 5 times a day, every single day on TikTok, and you push and push and push to get that. And once someone says like, oh, I'm a, and you will get comments, you will get DMs, especially if you do it at mass. And once someone says, I'm a female vocalist, you go to their page, you see what they do, you hear some of their music, and someone says, I'm a female vocalist, I would love to get on one of your songs. Let's talk splits. Let's see how it would work to get this figured out when we take it. Well, what's the publishing split? What's the mechanical split? So on and so on. Once you get there, then they're in and they want to be a part of it. And you can say, hey, here's a generated vocal that I have on here. This is kind of what I'm wanting the song to sound like. Do you feel like you can do something in this vein? And you can even learn these lyrics or whatever. And then you can go that route, and they're already there. They're already engaged, and they don't feel like they're the replacement for your like cheaper idea. Does that make sense? I just know a lot of songwriters, and when you post like, hey, here's my finished song, do you want to be on my completely finished song? They're just less likely to engage with it, because they're like, I don't know if I could do that, or I don't want to do the replacement for that. But I think if you can get people in, and you just say, hey, here's my amazing productions. Here's my I'm an amazing producer. I'm super dope. Here's all the stuff that I have. Here's what I sound like. And you put that out there consistently and constantly. You'll get some messages. You'll get some comments, and you just get a few people. And then you say, hey, here's kind of what I'm looking for. This is the demo that I have. Can you do something like that? And you're much more likely to get someone to actually track for you. In my experience. Otherwise, people feel like there's kind of a barrier to getting on the song. I've seen that with people that generate completely, obviously, like people that are like 0 to 100. We're like, hey, I'm a poet, and I just decided I want to make music, and they from 0 to 100 generate the whole entire song. And they're like, I just want to sell to people. I'm like, well, you're never going to sell to anyone, because there's no room for them. This is a hyper overproduced song now. And they're like, so what musicians are just going to be like, yeah, I'll get on, like, because it's already done, and it's done in a way that's not going to sound as good as what they're going to do anyway. So it's like you're kind of bringing people into something that's too complete. But if if you give people a taste of like, hey, I make some dope house music, and I'm looking for some other dope vocalists to get on here, people are much more willing. Promise you, much more willing to get on. Okay, let's chop through a couple things here real quick. I have to start posting, just get embarrassed. Dude, I feel it. I mean, I am not naturally, I mean, you see me here on this live stream doing what I'm doing now. I am not an extrovert. And I'm good. I think there's two separate things. I'm good at being extroverted. I have built the skill of communication. I've built the skill of communicating about the things that I'm passionate about, the things that I love, that I'm good at, that I'm knowledgeable in, that I have professional experience in. But I am not fed by being extroverted, right? Like it is a skill and it is a tool that I have had to gain over years and years and years and years and years and years of doing stuff like this, right? Of just being in front of people, performing in front of people, speaking in front of people, whatever, and stuff like that. But when I get off this live stream, my brain crashes, and it is like, to me, it is not the thing that fuels me in any ways. You'll see other people that are hype on live streams and stuff like that, and they're energetic and they're happy, and they're fed by that. You know what I mean? Like they're meant to be streaming or whatever. That's not the way that I am. So if you are struggling to create content because you're like, I feel like I can't get there. I feel like I can't like get to the place where like I can like open myself up personality wise and charisma wise enough to put myself out there. Find another method. There's a ton of, especially creatives, there's a ton of creatives that are just like weird, quirky, shy, introverted people, like most creatives. And so if you feel like, dude, I don't know how to do this, do it with pictures. Do it with carousels, right? So every time that you post, you have a hook on the front. You have a picture of you behind your deck. I don't know what you do, right? You have a decent quality picture of you, like you behind the deck. You have another picture where it's like zoomed in on a song frame, and another one that's like the screenshot of like the Spotify lyrics of the song that you're promoting or whatever. You have a couple little screenshots that move in, and then you just have like, hi, my name, whatever, hi, I'm Zachary. Swipe to the next page. I'm, whatever you want to do. And you just start saying stuff like that. Post things that don't require you to step out in a way that you're not ready for yet. And because if you do, like, all of a sudden go from like, dude, I'm embarrassed to make content, to like trying to do skits, like people are going to feel it. They're going to like, this feels uncomfortable. Like, who is this guy? And you don't want people to feel that. Do something that feels like maybe it's a little bit more natural for you, or is a little bit more within your shell. And if you start to get traction for it, maybe you do build enough confidence to do, shorts, reels, TikTok, stuff like that. Reverence, welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. Anyways, that's my loose spiel on you promoting content. I think you just need to do what makes sense for you. Don't try to figure out what everyone else is doing. And that works for some people. You don't have to do that though. Just get yourself out there in a way that is comfortable, but still gets the point across of what you're trying to do. And I think pictures can be a great way to do that. If you feel uncomfortable recording to camera, try pictures with your sound underneath it. So pictures that explain what you're trying to do, sound underneath it, post it 5 times a day, every day for a month. And can almost assure you that you are going to you're going to see some traction from that, just because you're actually there in front of people. It's got mad hate for a beat for no reason. Pay for $2 for the skip. I made it for fun, but yeah, what do you think? Where can I send? I mean, I would love to hear Reverence. We're closed. This is our last track of the day. Unfortunately, this is our last track of the day, but I will be live again tomorrow. I'd absolutely love to hear what you do. We get a lot of amazing producers in here, and people that are not amazing producers. Objectively, they need work. But that's what this. I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. This that's not what this live stream is about. We're not here hating. We're not here roasting or trashing. It's a very technical live. So we're going deep in production structure, sound design choices, mixing and mastering, all song structure, stuff like that. So whether or not it objectively needs work, that's what we will in depth for like 30 minutes talk about when it comes to your song. I'm not going to hate it. I'm not going to like roast you and trash you and try to embarrass you. We'll talk in depth about the details of it. We'll get into the nuances of it, but that's what this live stream is all about. I appreciate you tapping in. Appreciate you being here. But yeah, tap in tomorrow, probably around 2 p.m. Central. But let's run this a couple of quick details here, Zachary, and then we'll move on. Thank you for the heartbeat. Caleb, it's good to see you. Thanks for tapping in again. I appreciate you being here. KFPL in the building. What's up, man? Welcome in.
Warm skin, cool hair, take me there.
10 years on a new name. See how I get reacted. Oh my goodness, people just trash on people and they go not loud. That's facts. I think that people, it's a good comment, Reverence. Like, people just I think people have a lot of ego. Yeah, you just said it. Fragile fragile egos everywhere. People don't. People are in their own head. If it's something they don't understand, they trash it, and that happens all the time. Especially the less experienced you are as a musician, or the more hyper experienced you are in one very specific vein, the more people trash things they don't understand, or even like not even know how to like guide it. Right. So it's like, okay, there's a thing. I get it. It's underground. I get it. It's rugged. I get it's whatever. And it's distorted and it's heavy and it's like whatever. At the same time, there's some objective quality things that we can talk about. And let's talk about those things so that we can improve it. So it does get more commercial viability. So it is a little bit more palatable. So on and so on. And that, that to me is I think that a lot of people just don't leave room for, where they're just like, I don't get this. I don't know what it is. It sounds muddy and crazy. And that's it. That's it. My EP on my main has 100,000 streams with 3,000 monthly listeners. And I just put Crisis Lord on my bio, and they got weird. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen, man. That's just the space. That's just the space. People have strong opinions. People have strong feedback for everything. So you kind of just roll with the punches. If you're gonna, obviously, anyone in any sense that's gonna make any kind of a stance, like people are gonna hate. People are gonna get up. They're gonna get up in arms, and you just gotta, either that's a way that you kind of feed the exposure for what you're doing. You use it as a tool for gaining, movement for what you're doing. But people are going to get weird. They just are. People are weird either way. Like both, everywhere, everywhere on both sides. Shot on the hay. Like I was like, dude, I've never got this on my main ever. It's just great. Yeah, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen. All right, let's get into this last little detail here, Zachary, and then we'll get out of here. Okay, most of your like core sound design is really smooth and really easy and well put together. Like pretty classic house, like opening up your filters. Okay, and then one of the few things on the mixing side that we're just experiencing here is a bit of an overinflation on the low end of the track, right? So sub, 200 hertz and below, 150 hertz and below, there's a lot of low end energy, like a lot of low end inflation that's happening right there. And when that's happening, my assumption of kind of a couple things that are being targeted at the same time is that's robbing you of some of your headroom. Maybe that's hitting the compressor on the master, or the limiter on the master, that's suppressing the mix. So what happens is everything kind of gets ducked down. As soon as that bass comes in, all of your high end, and including some of your vocal elements in it, but one of the main things that I'm listening for is like snare / hats, snare / claps. Some of the layering that you have for the high end right there, that gets suppressed pretty dramatically, right? Because as soon as all this low end information comes in, it swells, that robs you of your headroom, that triggers your compression and limiters, and everything kind of gets ducked down. You get some pumping in the master that's not necessarily like the side chaining that you want to have. The side chaining is great. That little pump on, intentionally is great. But some of the other pumping that we're hearing on the master side, some of the other energy that's shifting is robbing you of that snare, snapping in, and the clap really opening up on the high end. So I would just rebalance that slightly. I'd probably just regain some headroom. Don't push the sub so far. It'll sound plenty loud. If you're low shelving, at 60 hertz, 100 hertz or something like that, or even like Pultec style curve, low shelf right there, a low push right there, it's pretty moderate. Just bring it down maybe a couple dB, re-clarify that bass just lightly around 100 to 200 hertz, and then maybe even push your clap forward, clap / snare, whatever layering that you have right there, push that forward by, let's say, 2 dB, 3 dB, something like that. Just slight rebalancing so we get less mud and less boom in the low end and a little bit more snap and a little bit more crunch at the high end, and just kind of rebalance the mix slightly. That to me is one of the few things. It just gets really, really inflated down here, and then we're losing a little bit of the actual like clean snap of the mix at the top end. If we regain a little bit of that, I think you'll be in a good spot. And it's good structure. I would love to amplify this melody on your later breakdowns. A little high melody that we have here.
One more way.
Once you build up again with like maybe a layer of the piano and another synth, because you don't really have a lot of clear top line here. Like the vocal comes in and out. It's like a fine lead element that you kind of transition in there, and that you mix in there, and that sounds great. But I would love a fresh melodic top line. You bring in you bring in one synth a little bit earlier and it just kind of plucks in and out, but we won't have like a clear lead element to kind of carry the energy past like you just going to the same vocal line and back down, same vocal line and back down. So especially, maybe not all throughout the song, but especially this last hook right here, it could be beneficial to have like another like plucky synth with a bunch of like ping pong delay and like a nice like studio D chorus on there or something like that to kind of open it up a little bit at the top in there and mirror that melody that kind of comes in on the piano.
One more line. Open up, close your eyes.
Like build up. Like if this is your top. Just that little shift in energy, right? So this just doesn't feel like we keep going back to like the same dynamic and it never quite gets anywhere else. It's a lot of the same looped over sections and then the same or similar chops of that lead vocal over the top, right? So I think being able to regain a little bit of like new energy at the top of the mix is going to be really vital to this maintaining the interest in the song over, 3 or 4 different sections that have similar, very, very similar sound design. Would you accept agreement if you had to catch it past you at speed from an NFL quarterback? I would do my best, I might. I would do my very best. Comes back in. There's a little bit. It's very, very subtle, but I think a stronger top line would definitely help open up, especially the last sections of the song. Man, y'all show some love, man. Show some love. I like what I hear. That is a demo from Zachary White's beautiful, beautiful sound. I like a lot of your sound design. It's really interesting. It's engaging. You do have good dynamic range in here. I think the trick for you is just going to be nuanced changes to all these different sections. So it doesn't just feel like we come here, we go down, we come here, we come down. It feels looped. It feels like it's extensions of a lot of the same feel, a lot of the same sound design, same sonic. So I think if you can open this up, if we can revitalize a lot of the production elements that you do have here, because they do sound good, then I think we can really, really revitalize the mix and the production elements that you have here. Because you're talented, man. It's a good feel, but I would love to, to amplify some of the melodies that we have here, have a stronger top line on like your C and D hooks towards the end of the song, and open it up just a little bit more. But man, show some love. It's a username in the chat over on TikTok, but it is Zachary White's with their demo, and that is going to close us up. Swan in the building. What's up, Swan? How's it going? Are you able to check out an unreleased song through your queue? Absolutely, I can, but we are closed for today. That was our last song, last production that we just heard. We will be live again tomorrow afternoon. We'll be live again tomorrow afternoon. So I'm Central Time, so just make sure that y'all are following or subscribed where it makes sense. Obviously, we're live on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. So follow or subscribe where it makes sense, and we will open up the lines again, open up the queue again for consultations as well as the quick listens tomorrow early afternoon Central Time. Thank y'all so much for what's happening today. Like I said, that is going to close us up. I love and appreciate y'all so much. The music has been amazing today. Thank y'all so much for just being vulnerable with your craft and putting yourself out there. I mean, I appreciate it more than trusting me with your music, with the details of what you're doing creatively. It means a lot. So thank y'all so much for joining today. We'll be live again tomorrow. Y'all have an amazing rest of your evening. Peace.